morning, everyone, and welcome to the EAG Environmental Conference, or Ecco. So, please prepare yourself emotionally. EAG loves drama and excitement, right? We love to woo and shout and do our legs and bodies in weird position. And we are going to invite you all day, every day, to join us in that. So free yourself, please, immediately. Are you all ready for that? Thank you, Cleo. What? Yeah, you're ready for that. Good morning, my name is Arika Hill, and I am the Executive Director of the Environmental Awareness Group. I really want to welcome all of you for being here today, both you who are here in person and those who are online. I actually want to start by saying that last year, our total participation or registration was 35 people. And we were like, wow, and it's amazing. This year, our registration is 72. But so I am really very excited and very encouraged that so many non-governmental organizations, civil society organizations, community-based organizations, faith-based organizations are excited about environmental matters and really want to be a part of the work that we're all doing. So congratulations to you on us finding a collective voice. Now this morning, I want to first say a great big thank you to our sponsors and donors. Now, I know that is a weird thing to start with, but I think it's a very important thing to start with. Without our really firm support from persons like the British High Commission, from the OECS Biospace Project, the Department of Environment, the WISE Foundation, and Just Small Grass Program, we would not be able to do activities like this. So we really want to say, huge thank you. Can we give them a resounding round of applause? Now, I see Shana within a have to do a lot of work about energized real estate area. This family tried, but okay, it's real. They will get prolonged, and I believe I will be fine. And it's so, because I serve at the warming up time has not come up yet, I do want to invite for our opening remarks, His Excellency Scott Furston Wood, who is the British High Commissioner responsible for Barbados and the East, along with the resident British High Commissioner, Liz Thompson, come and hear the opening remarks. Welcome, Anthony.
Thank you very much. That's quite an introduction. Not sure I could follow that this morning, but look, I wanted to say most of all what a pleasure it is to be here with all of you this morning. We are very proud to be supporting this event and to show our support for the really important conversation that's going to happen here throughout the rest of your time together. This is a part of the world that matters a great deal to the United Kingdom. It's a part of the world, of course, where we have very historic connections. Not all of those connections, of course, are easy. Some of them are challenging.
I was said different. I can't remember the show.
It's a part of the world where there are very rich connections between our people that go back a very long way. People travel back and forth, of course, between this part of the world and the United Kingdom, whether that's for study, for work, for pleasure. There are tremendous connections between people through the very vibrant diaspora communities that we have in the UK. And there are all sorts of other ways through our institutions, through our shared values, through our shared membership of the Commonwealth. So many things that bring us together and mean that our priorities are entwined. Now, one of those priorities, of course, is helping this region to address the many vulnerabilities that small island developing states in the Caribbean have to contend with. Now, you don't need me to tell you about these, but they are, of course, many, and they are interwoven, whether we're talking about vulnerability to climate and the effects of climate change, whether we're talking about vulnerability to natural disasters. This is the most disaster-prone region in the whole world in terms of natural disasters, not just climate-induced disasters like hurricanes, which, of course, are becoming more frequent, more intense, but also earthquakes, volcanoes, of course, as we saw with the eruption of the La Subria volcano in St. Vincent and the Grenadines the year before last. It's also a region which is vulnerable to economic shocks. And we saw that, of course, as well through the pandemic, when very tourism-dependent economies in the Eastern Caribbean saw their primary sources of revenue dry up almost overnight. And it's also a region which is vulnerable to the pernicious effects of organized crime, of drug movements, of gun movements as well. So all of these things taken together produce something that's pretty close to a crisis for many countries in this region. Crisis of vulnerability. But what we try and do as the United Kingdom in this region, as your friends, as your partners, is to support your resilience in the face of those vulnerabilities. And we do that in all sorts of different ways. Through our missions across the region, we have the biggest diplomatic network of any country across the Caribbean in terms of a number of high commissions and embassies that we have. And we bring together our different parts of our government, our expertise, our development funding, and also our voice on the world stage to try and make a difference in this region. And so I just wanted to say something about what we're doing then in respect to that challenge around climate and the environment. Because the thought I particularly wanted to leave you with today is that in seeking to support this region in its resilience against those challenges of climate and of environmental degradation, we try to work on three different levels. We're working in countries, of course. We're working in countries through our development program, our aid program. We're spending money. We're bringing our expertise to bear in countries, and we're working with local partners in countries, people like you, to try and make an impact on the ground. We're building climate resilient infrastructure around the region. So we built roads here in Antigua. We're building a climate resilient energy network in Barbuda, and elsewhere in the region we're building ports. We're building water projects to try and ensure that the infrastructure, the critical infrastructure of the Caribbean region, is resilient to climate change and is able to withstand some of those growing pressures to ensure that the people of this region have access to the infrastructure they deserve for many years to come. So we're doing lots of things in country. That's the sort of the first level. There's also a level of activity at the regional level and through international organizations. So the UK is a major shareholder in the Caribbean Development Bank, for a shareholder in the Inter-American Development Bank, of course, influential through the World Bank. And we work through all of these multilateral bodies to ensure that their approach to this region is one that takes account of the vulnerability that I've described and makes the maximum impact in respect to the resilience that we're all seeking to achieve. And the third level of activity is the stuff we do globally, internationally, using our voice on the world stage to amplify the voice of small island developing states, and occasionally to use our voice on your behalf where there are fora, international conversations where we might be present, but not all countries of this region are present. And we committed ourselves to being a voice internationally for small island developing states. And we saw that, of course, maybe most clearly through our recent presidency of COP26, where we were determined that COP that was held in Glasgow in Scotland would be a COP that made a difference, and a COP at which the voice of small island developing states were heard. And that's why the president of COP26, Alok Sharma, he came here. He came here to Antigua and to Barbuda. He went to Barbuda to see for himself the impact of climate-induced disaster on small island communities. He came here to Antigua and met, in fact, a number of you who are with us today because he wanted to hear from organizations like yours working on the ground to have impact. And at COP26 in Glasgow, we managed to get almost 200 countries signed up to the Glasgow Climate Pact, which is a historic agreement which is really focused on bringing down those global emissions, really focused on keeping to have 1.5 degrees of average global temperature rise alive. We know that that 1.5 degrees matters hugely to small island states, and it's important that we don't lose sight of that. So that historic agreement at Glasgow was a wonderful thing, but we have to keep up the momentum, we have to keep up the pressure. And so through COP27, which has just happened in Sharm el-Sheikh, and as we handed over the presidency of COP to the Egyptians and later to the UAE who come after them, it's vitally important that we keep the pressure up. We keep the pressure on the big emitters. We keep the conversation going. We make sure that that action at the international level is taken, because that action at the international level has real-world implications for people, particularly in countries like this one, where you're living on the front line of a climate disaster that you simply didn't cause. We need to do more, as I say, but we are making progress. And the other thing I wanted to mention was at that COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, we had another historic agreement. We had loss and damage on the agenda for a climate conference for the very first time. This is the need to compensate, to address the impact, the damage, the loss to your economies being felt, particularly by small island states, as a consequence of climate-induced disasters. And so we now have the establishment of a trust fund internationally. The principle has been established, a trust fund to address loss and damage. We've now got to work out what that means in practice. And again, we just have to keep the conversation going internationally. It was vitally important at COP27 that agreement was reached. And it's perhaps no coincidence that Antigua and Barbuda was one of the two small island developing states that were represented at COP27 at head of government level. You might be a small country, but your voice absolutely is heard on the world stage and absolutely has an impact. So I'll finish there just by saying that we can work at a global level. How we can pledge ourselves as your friends, as your partners, to amplifying your voice, to speaking on your behalf, to helping you ensure that your voice is heard. But it's vitally important that global action is also mirrored by local action. And that's why you're all here today. It can perhaps sometimes seem that the challenge is too great, that perhaps small organizations can't possibly make enough of a difference. But actually, it seems to me that the most powerful thing of all, the time when real change happens, is when what's happening at the global level connects to what's happening at the local level. And the action that organizations like yours are taking at the grassroots levels in your communities, through an non-governmental organization, through people who care about what's happening around them. When we can connect that to what's happening globally, that becomes a very powerful conversation indeed. So I'll finish there. I hope that gives you a sense of why we think this is really important, why we think that the conversations that you're going to have today and the action that you take as a result of those conversations is hugely important. And why, because of all of that, we're really proud to be supporting you and to be your partners in this endeavor. Thanks very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Thompson. I'm the resident British Commissioner. So that means when Scott's not on the island, I'm running the British High Commission on his behalf. I've been a guest in your beautiful Twin Island nation for just over 3 years. And environmental projects, climate change has been at the forefront of my conscience since I arrived here. In fact, Eureka bounded into my temporary office. So before we actually opened the High Commission, before I even had a proper home here, Eureka was bounding through my door, selling the energy, selling the wonderful work you all CSOs and you as individuals are doing. So it was at the start of a beautiful friendship. Saying congratulations to you, congratulations to EAD, and congratulations for everyone for this wonderful week of productive discussion and action. I thought I'd say a few words about some of the projects the British government has been delivering here over the last few years to perhaps inspire or pique your interest, because I know accessing funding, developing projects is at the forefront of your minds for this week. So projects we've delivered are the red street lights you see at Jabberwock around Dartwood Beach. Well, they were installed by the UK government, so our lovely turds was disorientated. We've converted the lights at the Celesta Bird Hospital to LED. We've run a number of conservation efforts with the National Parks Authority. We're about to pilot a recycling programme. We've enabled government and CSOs, NGOs to attend international conferences. We've had a number of climate resilient projects to allow building work or repairs to take place, so buildings are cleaner, greener,
and a general reduction in carbon footprint. Over in Barbuda, the High Commissioner has mentioned our climate resilience energy project, undergrounding cables from the solar power plant to support households and key public buildings there. And we're also undertaking a farming project. We've funded a nationwide marine economy plan, which is an assessment of the nation's maritime assets and its treasures. That's a first for the Caribbean, and it makes a number of detailed suggestions on how your natural treasures can be harnessed for the benefit of the people of Antigua and Barbuda in a sustainable way. Obviously, we support EAG and CSOs to increase capacity and skills, such as the event this week. So how do you access this money? Well, I have to be honest, there are challenges. The graduation of Antigua and Barbuda from ODA status means certain pots of money aren't available anymore. And of course, as a donor nation, we're subject to the same economic and other shocks, such as COVID and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But that doesn't mean that funding isn't available. We're co-funding the event this week that as I've mentioned. We're about to announce another large project with national parks and also an aquaponics program. I thought it might be useful to share a few tips on accessing UK funding. Mr. Joseph from my team, I think, will be around later this week to give more bespoke advice, but so a few headline thoughts. My first tip, and it might seem an obvious one, is to have a few projects or ideas at a fairly advanced stage in your thinking, so you've got something ready to go if funding comes available at short notice. Make sure you get to know Kadeem Joseph if you don't know him already. He is our manager of all things projects, and he will be a source of valuable advice. Please also follow us on social media. It's where we'll advertise funding opportunities. UK and Caribbean, we're also going to be launching a Facebook site specifically for Antigua and Barbuda later this week. Kadeem can share some details on that. My simple point is, if you can't reach us and we can't reach you, it's going to make things very difficult. Our deadlines and timelines. Our timelines are usually fairly short. It could be anything between 1 week and 4 weeks. So if you have those ideas kind of ready to go, that's going to make things a lot easier. It's not uncommon in our system to have small pots of money suddenly available towards the end of the UK financial year. So the UK financial year runs from beginning of April round to the end of March. So we're approaching the end of the financial year now in the UK. And our mission over its 3-year history has developed a very good reputation in our region for finding ideas and delivering them at short notice. So again, if you have those ideas ready to go, if we reach out and say, hey, we've got a small amount of money, are you interested? It makes success more likely. I mentioned deadlines. Deadlines, I'm afraid, are that, deadlines. We're one of over 200 British missions dotted around the world, and we're all bidding for the same pots of money. So there is a bit of competition within the UK system. So if we give you a deadline, it means that, because if we miss it, then it's unlikely your bid is going to be successful, unfortunately. And we have forms. Erika knows this. We have a lot of forms. But we hope that they're self-explanatory, and our advice is to try and answer as many questions in the form as you can. But if you can't, our team, Mr. Joseph leading that, is here to help you navigate it, but please get your questions in early. Another point I'd like to make is about evaluation. It's sometimes something that's missed from bids that we receive at the High Commission. So how will you know if your project's achieved its objectives? How will you assess your progress along the way? How will you learn lessons and embed that valuable experience of learning them in your future projects? Every day's a school day. It's okay to make mistakes, but how do you move on from them? How do you learn? So if you don't know how you're going to measure things and what your objectives are, then my advice is to rethink what your project is. We're funded by the UK taxpayer. Our ministry, the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, is rightly held to stringent rules and to account, and we have to show value for money to our taxpayer. So if your project also has links wider than the immediate environmental benefit, it may prove particularly attractive to UK funding. So for example, the aquaponics project I mentioned will not only pilot new techniques in terms of sustainable food production, but it will also empower differently abled people to become more independent. Ensuring Barbuda has access to renewable energy not only reduces the island's carbon footprint, but undergrounding the cables makes the island far more resilient for any future hurricanes and storms. So, to conclude these brief remarks, I'd like to reinforce that we, the British High Commission, have a strong track record of delivering projects and securing funding, sometimes at short notice, for many worthwhile projects in the Twin Island nation. We've been able to build that reputation and deliver the projects we have, thanks to the imagination, tenacity, and hard work of CSOs, NGOs, and the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda. And for that, a heartfelt thank you.
Thank you very much, Scott and Lindsay, and thank you for reminding us about some of the things that we're here for, to increase our resilience to climate change and to be able to reduce biodiversity loss. Now, from an EAG perspective, I want to invite our director, one of our directors from our board, Rashane Cunningham, to come and give welcome remarks. We'll welcome him as he comes.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, yes. Second hosting of EAG's Environmental Conference. Let me hear you make some noise. All right. On behalf of the Board of Directors, we just want to say how much we continue to endorse the work of the EAG. Hard-working people, yes? Real hard-working. And the sacrifices that they continue to put out each and every day, month after month, in sometimes not the best conditions, but they make it work. And this is testament of the outcome of all of that work, yes? So thank you again, Eric, and your team. As environmental defenders, all of us here, we're at the forefront of the fight for environmental sustainability. And the truth is that we may oftentimes feel the sting of discouragement when we look at the work that we put in, the outcome we hope to achieve, but then the obstacles along the way in actually achieving the desired outcome, yes? And oftentimes the discouragement is fueled by what appears to be a lack of motivation from policymakers and politicians alike. And there seems to be a general failure to link the work that you do on the ground as environmental defenders with the enabling policies and legislative framework that is necessary for maximum outcome. And that maximum outcome and success might be effective ecosystem management, biodiversity management. It may be effective advocacy and representation on environmental matters for all of us, because the truth is all of us are affected. The environment is critical to our well-being, our livelihood, our very sustenance. And some may say that in this past election, environmental matters were not featured. I don't know that I necessarily agree. And whilst it may be true that the substantive discussions that are had on the international market were never policy considerations that fueled anybody's voting in these elections, one critical aspect of environmental factors was on everybody's tongue, and that was a water crisis in Antigua and Barbuda. And on one hand, you may ask, how is this relevant to the environment? And the truth is, it's quite fundamental to what we do as environmental defenders. And it is also non-political. Let me make that very clear. It's non-political. Water is essential. Yes, it's life. And the truth is, when you look at the history of this water crisis in Antigua and Barbuda, not only is it embarrassing, but again, it goes back to my earlier point of the discouragement you feel as environmental defenders when you put in all the work on the ground, but you look to the desired outcome and it's a dream. It's nowhere closer than when you started. And so it's important what the EAG is doing in hosting this conference, and it's important in terms of the discussions that will be had with the OECS stakeholders today. Because how do we bridge the gap between the work that we are doing as environmental defenders and the policies that we need, the enabling legislation, the enabling frameworks that we need to be in place to bring about this maximum success and outcome? There may be critics who say, we can't just continue meeting like this, we can't just continue having these conferences and discussions. And the truth is, we must continue having the discussions. And having these discussions is a part of the progress. It's a part of progressing to the desired outcome. Because the minute we allow the discouragement to keep us silent and to keep us bound and to keep us away from coming together like this, we have already lost. Yes? And so it is important that we continue this sort of critical engagement with stakeholders and critical engagement amongst ourselves. Now, much will be said about environmental justice and advocacy as we go through these 2 days of meetings. And I sit on the board of directors, and I'm also an attorney at law. And one of the things that I have had the opportunity of discussing in terms of environmental advocacy is the legislative framework which exists to support not only environmental defenders, but to promote the advocacy and the legal representation for our farmers, soil irrigation, access to water, access to justice. It all comes under environmental advocacy. It's almost 5 years now since the Ecco agreement was adopted. And in Antigua and Barbuda, a lot of progress has been made in the background, drafting, preparation of bills, discussions. But for the rest of us who are out here, we are not seeing any demonstrable effect or implementation of that agreement. And again, it comes back to the question of, this is just so discouraging. Why am I putting in all this work? And tomorrow, I believe, there will be more discussions about the Ecco agreement, what has been done with the Department of Environment, plans that are on stream. But one of the critical things I just wanted to bring to your attention as well is there are some territories in the Caribbean, for example, in Jamaica, and Jamaica has in their written constitution included a provision for environmental justice and environmental protection. And I'm just going to read it because I don't want to misquote it. So enshrined in the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms in Jamaica's constitution, in their new chapter 3, which was amended in 2011, it says, the right to enjoy a healthy and productive environment, free from the threat of injury or damage from environmental abuse and degradation of the ecological heritage. It's very broad, yes? And the importance of having something like that, a protection like that written into your constitution, is it prevents the government from passing any sort of legislation, adopting any sort of policy, which would cause environmental degradation. And so it gives environmental defenders, certainly in Jamaica, a constitutional right in their work and in the causes that they pursue to ensure that those causes not only benefit from a constitutional protection, but that they have a recourse to the courts of the land. That is not the similar, it's not the same sort of framework that we have in Antigua, because there's no environmental protection at all that's written into our constitution here in Antigua. The idea, though, is this draft bill that they have, which is intended to implement the provisions and agreements endorsed under the Ecco agreement, will give us a level of protection, will give us a level of legislative teeth and backing. But what it will not do is it will not prevent the government from either adopting policies or passing other legislation which is in direct contravention of this Ecco agreement and the bill that eventually will be passed. Yes? And so the absence of the constitutional backing, the absence of the constitutional protection still leaves quite a loophole in our efforts in terms of this legislative framework. These are questions that can be asked tomorrow and they can be further discussed, yes? But certainly from the perspective of the board of directors, we're really happy that these discussions are continuing because they are important. And so we just encourage you to show up with your whole self and be a part of this engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashane. Rashane came in with the heaviness from the beginning. What I've appreciated about both of our remarks this morning has been not just the overarching thought process of where is the world moving and how we can access funding, but also how does that translate here in Antigua, and what are some of the touch points that we need to be discussing over the next 2 days so that we can ensure that we are not undoing our very hard work, because we all work very hard, and we want to make sure that we are resilient past tomorrow. Now, so I say let's first give them both sets a round of applause. Thank you for your contributions thus far. All right, so now we're going to get into a little bit of logistics for the next 2 days. First point of note, we all have these lovely devices. They are small, they can be held in one hand, and they allow us to communicate with the world. It's great. Please put them on silent. All right, that's the first note. Second point of note, the restrooms are on your right, my left, and you will have access to them all day. There's also a tea and water station, coffee as well. If you feel like you're lagging, get a cup of coffee so that we can continue our conversations. But also, did you notice that we sent you a lovely email yesterday? And in that email, it had a conference magazine? Yes, it's glorious. Right, we don't print. So throughout the day, please make sure that you check your conference magazine. That will give you information on the speakers, on the agenda, and all of the information about the conference. Now, one of the things I actually want to point out for you that's in the magazine that you may have skimmed over was our donors clinic. Now, EAG, over the years, we've been around for 30 years. So we have had great interaction with partners and donors for many years. Thank God. It is why we are able to have staff. Praise God. But we believe very strongly that it shouldn't just be us, that all of you as civil society organizations, as NGOs, as faith-based organizations, you should have that access as well. So throughout the day, you will have access to 5 key donors that will have their clinics being held on the outskirts. Now, in Antigua, you can rock up to a clinic at any time and you get through. Unfortunately, here, you have to book an appointment. So you may book your appointment with your donor, at the reception in the front. Make sure to check the times that are available, the donor that you want to see, and go and just write your name there so that you will go to your clinic at that time. We have a lovely receptionist, Sherelle, who will make sure that you are on time for your appointment, because if you miss it, you've missed it, okay? So today we will have Jeff Small Grants Program, the Department of Environment, the British High Commission to some extent, the MEPA Trust, and FFI, all who are offering different levels of support to you, whether through technical resources, financial resources, just partnership. And you notice Lindsay said, look, we got pots of money, you might have to dash, but she may be able to help you to kind of, figure out what that would look like when you're ready to run. All right. So today and tomorrow is going to be great. I am convinced it's going to be great. I don't know about y'all, but it's very firmly pressed into my spirit that we're going to have a really fantastic time of conversation. And for us to do that, for me to have record that you are actually here, we need to take a picture. So if you have your lipstick or you wanted to dash on a little extra powder, your nose a little shiny, it's okay. We'll be ready to take your picture. We're going to take these pictures up here or outside? Outside, in the sunshine, amongst the lovely birds that we're hearing chirping away. We'll be moving to the back there where our team will be directing you. And that will happen in another 5 minutes. I'm sorry. Shauna's looking at me like, no, that is not what we're supposed to be doing. Thank you, Shauna. Right, she has the run sheet. That's great. Okay, so we've had a lot of conversation already, or people talking to us about, what their thoughts are about what is going to happen over the next 2 days. And very often we do this activity. I've gone to workshops where they ask you to tell us your expectations, right? And sometimes you feel like, what do you mean about my expectations? What is it? I do want to know. What do you want to get out of this? And not just for us to have it as an activity, but at the end of the day, have we met any of your expectations? Tomorrow, when we've all concluded the conference, have we met those expectations? And are you working to help yourself meet those expectations as well? So on the screen, we are going to put up, we're going to put up the Menti poll. We're going to put up a Menti poll, and on that, you will be able to kind of put in, tell us very quickly what some of your expectations are for the next 2 days. I'm saying this to you now because we do have some time for introductions, but I want you to start thinking. I don't want you to be surprised when you see the expectations and you're like, I don't know what to write. So, first off, let's very quickly say you have exactly 30 seconds each. That's enough time, right? To say your name and your organization. When you've said your name and your organization, be ready afterwards for whatever may come. Whatever may come. Josh, can you help that side?
All right. Relita Camacho Thomas, the National Parks Authority.
Thank you, Relita. Pay attention to people, you know.
Alicia George, Island Press Box, and Wadadley Unplugged.
Thank you, Alicia. Did you all Island Press Box? Anybody hear about that before? Okay. Yes, I noticed your things. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Alexandrina Wang, Women Against Rape.
Thank you, Miss Wang.
Leroy Gore, Barbie the Fisher Folk Association.
Hello, Leroy.
Dion D'Souza, Barbie the Fisheries.
Hello, Dion.
Petronila Isaac, but Cleo is quite fine. Barbudan Go.
Great. So, Cleo.
I was just about to pass. Yes.
Who was the first person who introduced themselves this morning?
Out of here?
No.
Oh, her name is, wait, I wrote it down. Miss George Relisha, National Parks Authority. Look, we can't work, you know, I have a notebook.
Relita, excellent. And she's from?
She's from the National Parks Authority, and we need to speak.
Thank you. Okay, great. All right, can move along now. Thank you.
Lakeisha Adams, I'm representing Community Development Division.
Hello, Lakeisha.
Hi.
Brenda Thomas, Odlum, representing Integrated Health Outreach.
Hello.
And other CSOs.
So, hello, Brenda.
June Jackson, Guard Center.
Hello, June Jackson from Guard Center. Is there anyone here who? No, it's not you. Okay, it's okay. I'll let it pass.
Marissa Victor, Fauna and Flora International.
Marissa from FFI.
Good morning, everyone. Jabari Reynolds from the Department of Environment.
Hello, Jabari from Department of Environment.
Good morning. My name is Shannon Costello, and I'm from Elkhorn Marine Conservancy.
Hello, Shannon. Who did we just pass? He did not give him the mic, but who did the mic pass over?
Is that the lovely Rushdie? Is that correct?
Close, Rashane. Excellent.
Hello, good morning. Geneviève Renaud-Byrne with the Elkhorn Marine Conservancy.
Hello, Jen.
Hi.
Jen.
Just call me Jen.
Thanks.
And I'm Molly Wilson, also with the Elkhorn Marine Conservancy.
Hello, Molly. So, Molly, do you remember any of the names of the people from Barbuda who are all from fisherfolk associations?
I remember Leroy and Dion.
Excellent. Nice.
Rafika Atwood, Wallings Nature Reserve, and I'm also the National Coordinator for Caribbean Natural Resources Institute.
Hello, Rafika.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Sasha Jatan Singh with the Department of Environment and the Commonwealth Secretariat.
Hello, Sasha.
Sharon Dalso, Community Development Division.
Hello, Sharon.
Good morning, Martin Dudley from Rubber Duck Recycling.
Rubber Duck Recycling in the room. Hello, Martin.
Cleo Henry, Fishermen's Cooperative and National Tourist Guides.
Natalia Lawrence, Jeff Small Grants Program.
Hello, Natalia. Natalia, before I pass on, I feel like too many people have gotten a bly. What birds have we been hearing in that area over there?
Helen, I'm going to pass this on to you.
I haven't been hearing any birds, but I imagine there could be banana quits, or they could be the if we have any Zaneta doves, or it could be, I'm not seeing anyone. Eyesight probably. I see it. Here we go.
No, it's not to here we go. It's the moringa tree that's there that's bound to have at least 2 species of hummingbirds and kingbirds. So,
So we could do a little birding. I think I've been hearing grackles. Okay, so blackbirds. Great.
Hi, my name is Helena Jeffrey Brown. I'm Technical Coordinator, Department of Environment. Thank you.
Hello, Helena.
Good morning. I am Adrian Richardson, and I'm from the Freetown Community Group.
Hello, Adrian.
I'm normally shy, okay, so I trust everyone.
So immediately, don't call you. Wow. So you know I'm gonna call you. Okay, not this time, man. It's okay. I'll save it.
good morning, everyone. Aaliyah Tewitt, Department of Environment.
Hello, Aaliyah.
Hello, Arika. Hi, everyone. My name is Asha Tewitt, and I am the EECO Nate Taker.
Hello, Asha.
Hi, good morning. I'm Joya Scotland from Youth Today.
Joya, as a young person, I don't have a question for that.
Yay.
I was just like, let it come. No. Okay. So, did you notice where Alicia is from? No. Alicia, you're from, what is it, Island Press Box?
Island Press Box.
Mm-hmm. Did you pay attention to the beautiful graphics that they had on election night?
I did.
Yes. This is for her people. I'm just making connections. You can move on to the next person now.
I've introduced myself already. I'm Lindsay Thompson. I'm the resident British Commissioner.
Hello, Lindsay.
Hello.
No. The
I was
stress.
just waiting.
Not yet.
You can, yeah.
Good morning again, everyone. I'm still Scott Fursden-Wood, the British High Commissioner to the countries of the Eastern Caribbean.
Great. Hello, Scott.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kadeem Joseph, the Political and Projects Officer at the British High Commission here in Antigua and Barbuda.
Hello, Kadeem.
Arika.
Tell me at least 5 organizations that are in the room today.
We have Island Press Box, the National Parks Authority, Women Against Rape, Barbuda Go, and organizations, you said? All organizations?
I said organizations.
The Duck, Rubber Duck Recycling.
Nice. Good, that's good. Okay, you can pass on now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Khalif Biza, and I'm an intern at the British High Commission.
Hello, Khalif. And I noticed the EAG team. Oh, wait. Hello.
Hello, good morning.
How is it, Auntie?
My name is Gaynell Augustus, and I'm from the Antigua and Barbuda Association Person Living with Disability.
Hello, Gaynell.
Hi, I'm Junior Williams, and I'm from the Antigua Barbuda Association of Persons with Disabilities.
Hello, Junior.
My name is Wendy Valentine, and I'm from the Disability Association.
Hello, Wendy. Wendy. Oh, Lord, Wendy. But Wendy, you knew I was going to trouble you. Okay, Wendy, just a deep personal question. You're going to dance with us today?
Of course.
Yes. Okay, we can move on then. That's
and
fine.
Bernard, too.
Well, you know, Bernard always have a do-in.
I'm Kevin Davis from the Antigua and Barbuda Association of Persons with Disabilities.
Hello, Kevin.
Hi, I'm Bernard Warner, Antigua and Barbuda Association of Persons with Disabilities.
Hello, Bernard.
We have Robert Gale. He's deaf, so he would have to introduce himself by a sign name.
Okay.
Robert Gale.
Thank you, Robert. Excellent. And very quickly, the EAG team, I think.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Janella Bradshaw. I am the Redondo Ecosystem Reserve, RER for short, coordinator.
Hello, Janella.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sherelle Charles, and I am the Science Communications Officer here at the EAG.
As well as what today, Sherelle?
I am the receptionist for the donor clinic.
Correct.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joshua Wilson. You can call me Josh. I am the Wildlife Officer here at the EAG.
Hello, Josh.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nathan Wilson. I'm the Invasive Species Officer at the EAG.
Nathan.
Hello.
Is there anybody here who you know as well who does invasive species monitoring?
So Joshelle comes out with regular Joya.
I love how you're just like, yes, EAG staff.
Molly has shown up before. So yeah.
Okay.
Alex.
Don't call the EAG team,
basically
Jack.
the EAG team. Also.
So we do have
Yeah,
some
yeah.
invasive species monitors, one or two in the amongst us. So,
And
you know.
Jabari will be coming out soon.
Hey, nice. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Alex Fireman. I am the Antigua Marine Conservation Program Coordinator.
Hello, Alex.
Good morning, everyone. Kariana K. Kelsick, Program Assistant at the EAG. Welcome.
Hi, Kariana.
Good morning, everybody.
Oh.
It is I. My name is Shanna Challenger, and I am the coordinator of the Offshore Islands Conservation Program.
Thank you, Shanna. And I know that we have a few people
Yes, on
online.
Zoom.
I don't know if they're likely to unmute their mics, but I see Aurelio.
Oh.
Oh, Aurelio, love that background.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rulio Camacho, Marine Ecologist at the National Parks Authority.
Hi, Rulio. And I see Anetta.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Annetta Jackson. I'm an attorney at law, and I work at the Directorate of Gender Affairs.
Anetta. And there's, oh Lord, I can't see that far. The HO. Hanover. Oh.
Yeah, complicated. Yeah, this is Dr. Prasanna Honavar. I am assistant professor in microbiology at American University of Antigua, College of Medicine.
Welcome. Hanover? Is that what he said?
Yes, yes.
Great. So we've gotten all the names. Welcome, everybody. And now can I do my expectations? Thank you. The next thing on the agenda. So when you look on the screen very shortly, I could fill the space with nonsense talk. Okay, we're there? We're there? No. All right. So we went through a pandemic, and so Menti is not uncommon to everybody, correct? Right. You've been to many meetings where you see a website, and then you see a code, you type in the code, it takes you to a place, it asks you a question, you fill in that information, and then it pops up on the screen. All right? So you're going to go to menti.com on the same small devices that belong in your hand, but are all on silent. So go to menti.com. When you get there, you're going to type in code 11792669. I'll say that again. 11792669. Please type your expectations for Ecco 2023. Menti is. So we're seeing some of your responses: fun while learning, new information, networking and connection, definitely dancing. Who is that? Impact, knowledge sharing, yes. Informative discussion, environmental talk. What is that? Building a network. Building networks, that seems to be a strong one. Peopling. Fostering partnerships. It seems that networking is the strongest one for us over the next 2 days. And what I'm hoping for us is that networking lost everything that we add. Networking is still the strongest. 2023 environment areas. Power. One of the things I like about the idea of the networking and that forming of partnerships is that not only does it matter in the next 2 days, but I'm very much hoping that at the end of 2023, when we're all doing our assessments of our year from our organizational standpoint, that we're able to identify how this today and tomorrow has started something important for us throughout the year, how we've built those connections, how we've been able to work together. So don't just go away from each other after these 2 days and be like, okay, that was great, bye. Make sure that you maintain those connections so that we can build on projects, build on systems that can work so that we can have that impact and we can cause our policymakers and our politicians to sit up consistently. So now, can we go take a picture? Let's go take a picture. And the designated spot is over on that side. So let's go.
I just really wanna know, getting let we go, hey. Say aye, who knows when we gonna get another chance to vibe like this. Felt frozen, but now we hitting up the road up on a pie like it. Them can't hold me down, them can't tell me how. So behave when we come down. Remember say this is our time now. Them soon find out. We go shop the world right now. All in favor of the jumping, jumping. All in favor of the whining, whining. All in favor of the good vibes and the link-ups. All in favor of the wellness and the big truck. Say aye, aye, aye. Say aye, aye, aye. Say aye, aye, aye. All in favor, just say aye, aye, aye. Say aye, aye, aye. Say aye, aye, aye. All in favor, just say aye, aye, aye. I know when they see we in we costume, they gon' try bandits. Hey, just open Scotch Road, don't care if they do or they don't like it. Them can't hold me down, them can't tell me how. So behave when we come down. Remember say this is our time now. Them soon find out. We go shock the world right now. All in favor of the jumping, jumping. All in favor of the whining, whining. All in favor of the good vibes and the link-ups. All in favor of the wellness and the big truck. Say aye, aye, aye. Say aye, aye, aye. Say aye, aye, aye. All in favor, just say aye, aye, aye. Say aye, aye, aye. Say aye, aye, aye. All in favor, just say aye, aye, aye. Who with me when it's time to burn up road? I just really wanna know. Getting now let we go. Hey, hey, push up and a rock. Hell, I'ma see you jump. Say aye, aye, aye. All in favor of the jumping, jumping. All in favor of the whining, whining. All in favor of the good vibes and the link-ups. All in favor for the wellness and the big truck. Say aye, aye, aye. Say aye, aye, aye. Say aye, aye, aye. All in favor, just say aye, aye, aye. Say aye, aye, aye. Say aye, aye, aye. All in favor, just say aye, aye, aye.
Chain Prince, well, come give me some action. Me no talker, you create a great distraction. When you walk, your body no need no caption. When I give you a data, you got what I am after. You're touching in my heart. You love it when the beat drops. On the radio, it play me voice and sweet, yeah. Cause you say so, your ways are go around, so like a tornado. Oh, hold me and no Lego, hold me and no Lego. Aye, aye.
official soundtrack to Kickstart Carnival. Strictly new soca hits to pay attention to. The only mix that matters.
Private Ryan run the tongue again. This one go wing the tongue again. Ryan go shake the tongue again. Ryan from a place of love. Vibes don't get us never stop. Some say he just sugar away. But as Ryan just give me energy. 10,000 coming strong. All away. When Ryan play this one, no money. Ryan get him thing for culture. All them masquerade. We say long live soca. Boy, well if you're it.
We have to begin. All right, I'll wait for the final conversations to be completed. Okay, all righty. Lovely. So, welcome everyone. Welcome back from the break. My name, like I said, is Shanna Challenger, OICP coordinator, and we are now going to take a deep dive into our first deep dive of Ecco, which is focused on science. And how many scientists we have in the house? Yes, y'all don't be afraid. I'll even accept the social scientists. Sorry, I'll even accept you guys, right? Science, it is one of the best fields, even though I'm very biased. I love learning about new things, and I think it's so cool, the kind of things we're able to accomplish with science. And so I'm very excited to be facilitating this session. On our panel today, we have representatives from 4 organizations here within Antigua and Barbuda. First, we have, well, I'll let them introduce themselves, man. Right? Oh, Chaz? Maybe it's a cue that I need to introduce them myself. But the organizations.
Hi.
Okay, we're ready.
Good morning. My name is Rulita Camacho Thomas, and I'm from the National Parks Authority.
Hi, good morning. My name's Alex Fireman. I work with EAG as the Antigua Marine Conservation Program Coordinator.
Hi, good morning everyone again. Jabari Reynolds from the Department of Environment. I'm an Environmental Information Systems Consultant.
And I'm Molly Wilson. I'm with the Elkhorn Marine Conservancy.
And I'm Geneviève Renaud-Byrne, and I'm also with the Elkhorn Marine Conservancy.
Alrighty, thank you. And so throughout this session, we are going to have each of these representatives tell us a little bit about their work and how they're making contributions through science for Antigua and Barbuda. So I'd like to invite Mrs. Rulita Camacho Thomas to step down and give her presentation, and we're very excited to hear from her. Give her some encouragement.
All right, good morning, everybody. Let me see where I'm going to stand. Let me stand on this side. That's better. All right, how many of you know what the National Parks Authority is? Right. Can you name one park that the National Parks Authority manages? No. All right. All right. So, all of you are wrong. All right. So, I'm going to take a little bit of editor's privilege here. And what I'd like to do is, before we go into the science and the data, I think with any scientific exercise, it's important before you just go and start to collect data that you know why you're doing it, who are the audiences you serve, and what the results and the outcomes you're expecting are. So the first thing is the National Parks Authority is a statutory organization that was formed in 1984 by legislation. The National Parks Authority is a self-financing agency, and under the legislation that formed the National Parks Authority, during the time that the legislation was being passed, one park was created. That park is the Nelson's Dockyard National Park. So when you drive into Dockyard and you get to the gate, that's what everybody thinks is the national park. That's actually not the national park. The Nelson's Dockyard National Park runs from Carlisle Bay all the way down here. It goes up to Signal Hill. It comes across the ridge, right across, comes back down, goes across over Memorial Bay, comes back down into a point off Standfast Point, and then goes straight back across to outside of Carlisle Bay. If you were to add a boundary onto this, it would be joined with the boundary of the Cades Bay Marine Reserve. So the Nelson's Dockyard National Park includes both terrestrial, land, and sea. It is a Category 6 IUCN park, which means that they're mixed uses. It's not strict conservation. On the scale of national parks or protected areas, under the international classifications, you can go from 1 to 6. 1 being extreme conservation, nothing can happen, you're just protecting biodiversity and nature, and 6 being mixed uses. We are at 6. Right, within the national park, in 26, anybody remember when I told you the national parks, the Nelson's Dockyard National Park was established? When? 84, right. So between 1984 and 2016, we were just managing this area according to our legislation. Our legislation speaks about managing, preserving, and developing ecosystems, natural resources, heritage, economy, and social systems. In 2016, we applied successfully to UNESCO, and we had designated within the boundaries of the Nelson's Dockyard National Park the Antigua Naval Dockyard World Heritage Site, and this is in the boundaries in the red. Right. There are lots of communities in the national park. It's not just biodiversity and nature, so we have several communities, and about 4,000 people live in the national park. In terms of activities that happen, other than just nature, biodiversity, natural resources, we have marinas, boatyards, a port of entry, schools, hotels, guest houses, mechanics, restaurants, laundries. Any activity that you can imagine happening in Antigua happens in a national park. Any ecosystem that you can imagine in Antigua also occurs in the Nelson's Dockyard National Park. And therefore, when we are collecting data, we have to think about all of those entities. We have to think about economic purposes of the data. We have to think about social purposes of the data, sociocultural practices of the people that exist in the community, the commercial uses, the interactions between. Now, today I'm going to focus on some of the data that we collect, some of the environmental data we collect. But in applying the uses, we're going to apply them to all of those 3 pillars. So we're going to apply them back to natural resources management, to economic issues, and to socioeconomic issues and livelihoods issues and sociocultural issues. So the first thing I want to tell you about is the water. So water is critical to us. We know that, right? But we don't often think about what happens when you don't get water from APA. But when you do get it, right? When we do get it, right, and we use it, and it's processed, it has to go somewhere. All of the water at any point in the Nelson's Dockyard National Park will eventually end up in the sea. These are the hydrological features. The red things are the shapes of our watershed areas, and all of them lead to the sea. So when we're thinking about water in the park, yes, we're concerned about how much water you get in your homes, but we really want to know what happens after. And so one of our primary data collection exercises is collecting data on water quality. So we want to know what quality of water, after you finish use it, after it runs off the land, what is entering the marine environment. So twice a year, we conduct a 4-week testing. We collaborate with the Central Board of Health, the Department of Analytical Services, the Department of Environment, and we collect this data. So we have about 20 points around the coastline. Of course, we focus on where human beings are because, you know, we are always the problem. And we focus on where we know there are drains coming out into the sea. And we also focus on where humans interact with the water. Anybody can guess why we focus on those two areas? Guess? Guess. Elisha, why? No, why? Yeah, why? Why we don't just go out into the middle of the sea and take water quality data from there?
Testing. I suppose that the water that comes from our home, it's not in the middle of the sea, it's closer to the coastline, and so you'd want to test the quality of that water instead.
Wonderful. Excellent. Okay, so our harbors are very well flushed. Very high circulation. So we used to take water from in the middle here, and we found nothing. However, we're taking water from the sources, so point source, right? So we take from the drain and in front of the drain. So we take in the drain and then outside of the drain for the point sources, so where we know water is going into the ocean, and then we also just take where you interact. What we have found is that there are some areas within the Nelson's Dockyard National Park that have high levels of enterococci and fecal coliform, very concentrated in a small area. However, when you go and test the bathing areas, it's not there. Now, what do we do with this data? So we have the data. As a managing authority, what do we do? So what we've done with the data is we have said to the Central Board of Health, hey, we have a problem here. People are discharging their waste untreated into the marine environment, which is causing pollution. We have picked up the effect. We have the data on the effect. Because we now have cause and effect, we are able to lobby government agencies to go into individual businesses. We are doing dye testing, which is another data point. So we are checking to see which businesses, which households are actually releasing their waste. So the next thing that we do, we throw eco-friendly dye down the toilets, the kitchen drains, your showers, and we see where it comes out. And we've been doing this exercise since 2020, and what we have been able to, the result is that we've gotten CBH to come in and require that those businesses, those buildings correct their wastewater, right? So we collect the data, we understand what the issue is, we go and find the exact source of the issue, then we call in the regulatory authority, having presented the evidence, and then lobby for the change to be made. All right, next one is our marine ecosystem. So Rulio Camacho, who is online, runs our marine ecosystem program, right? And we do agri-surveys, seagrass monitoring, wetland monitoring, and turtle monitoring in conjunction with the Environmental Awareness Group. The actions that we are taking, so our marine program is relatively young. We are just starting data collection, but some of the interventions that we have already made, we have installed no prop areas in some of the popular swimming beaches because we've found that we have anchor damage at beaches, we have propeller damage, and also there's too much interaction between vessels with propellers and nature and people. Remember I told you we are also managing for the people, and as human beings we also access the natural resource. So in the collection of our data we also have to pay attention to how we can help to manage the interaction between people and other people, nature, and people and nature. Okay? In terms of protection and managing of coral reefs, we, like the Elkhorn Marine Conservancy, we have a coral tree project. I'm not going to talk much about that. It's in its early stages, but we are growing coral for outplanting, and it's the same thing that Elkhorn is doing, so I won't talk much about that because I'm just going to repeat what they're doing. All right, so we have temperature loggers and so on, and we do, every 2 years, we do what is called an agri-survey, where we collect data on the status of the marine ecosystem, and what we're doing is we are making interventions towards developing a marine spatial plan. So a marine spatial plan, so we're collecting the data now. We haven't done anything with it yet except for experimenting on certain conservation type programs, but the end point will be a marine conservation plan. The parks management has already agreed that we need a marine conservation plan. But as scientists, we don't want to just protect this area and then see what happens. We want to be sure that we understand who will be impacted when we protect an area and how they will be impacted. Because at the end of the day, when we present this area for conservation and protection and for regulation of use, we want to make sure that we have enough information so that the persons affected can understand why we are doing it and how they will be impacted and what benefit they're getting from it, right? People value things that they benefit from. We have to be able to use data as scientists to communicate how you are going to benefit. I know my 10 minutes running out fast. How much time I have? Where's the timekeeper? All right, I'm going to move it along. Okay, our terrestrial program is wide and diverse. Remember I told you we had a lot of communities, people living in the park. Also lots of hotels and developments, and also lots of private land that are going to be developed. So, like the marine programs, we had, unlike the marine program, when the park was developed, a land categorization plan was developed. Now, that only said, like, this is for heritage, this is for conservation. All the heritage areas and all the conservation areas, everything developed. So what we need to do now is, moving forward, we need to have a more practical way of saying how to protect the critical ecosystems and critical species. And in order to do that, we have to understand how these ecosystems are interacting. We also need to understand how much resilience buffer needs to be in place for these ecosystems to be able to adapt themselves. The ecosystems are not going to remain the same. Things are changing. What we have to do is understand how much space we need to make sure is intact for them to continue changing. And that we have to manage in the context of somebody wanting to bulldoze the land and develop it, right? So what we've done is, we don't have enough data to make the accurate decisions on all of the land. We've made some precautionary decisions. In areas where it's very steeply sloped, so let me go back to this map. So you see all of these areas where it's running straight to the sea, very steep slopes. So in those areas, we have a rule that if you're going to develop those lands, you have to, this is the map I want, right? See all of these contours here? Anybody can read contours? The closer together the lines are, is the steeper it is, right? So on any lands that are on those steep slopes, we have a requirement that you must maintain 50% canopy cover on your land. So you can build if you want. However, you have to maintain 50% of the land covered by trees. So the canopy of the tree has to cover 50% of your land. Secondly, we don't want you to clear more than the building footprint. So you have to have a road, you have to have a road. You have to build a building, fine, clear the building, but don't clear down the whole land. Also, if there's a waterway, we require you to maintain a setback from that waterway. And if the land is steep, you have to do terracing to control the volume of the runoff, and that will help slow down erosion. Because remember I told you, everything that comes off the land goes into the sea, right? Here it is. This, I don't know where it's gone. It's disappeared. I deleted the slide, apparently. All right, but in any case, everything that runs off the land, including the water, and the water can carry sediment in it, which is very bad for the coral reefs. All right, I'm going to get to the end now. Right. So, I'm deleting slides, guys. I don't know what's happening. All right, so the last thing I wanted to talk about vegetation, unfortunately I can't find the vegetation slide anymore, is that thank you. So vegetation. So we did a vegetation survey in 2013, and we found that all of these dots that you're seeing there, those represent either threatened or endangered or species of plants that are in need of special conservation. So one of the things we do is when we are looking at areas that are under development, we identify these species on the land and we ask for them to be conserved. If they cannot be conserved, we ask for you to replace them with at least 2 or 3 of the same species, right? Again, there's private land in the park. We have to balance economic development with the fact that people want places to live with conservation. So we always try to find a balance. We have information to inform us what's there. We want you to replace what's there. Our goal is that we can facilitate the continued functioning and healthy functioning of the ecosystem while we as human beings interact with it. Let me talk about some of our data gaps. We don't have much data on geology. The park is geologically diverse. You can see coral reefs on the top of Monks Hill, and you can see pyroclastic flows down on Fort Berkeley. So when you go up here, right on the top of the hill, there are coral reefs. Go up there, look in the ground, you see. There is foraminifera. Anybody know what foraminifera is? No? So foraminifera is that thing that formed in the ocean long time before humans existed. There are some little organisms. We see them in the rocks, all here and all across here. So can you imagine what happened here? Suppose this was a crater of a volcano and it blew off, right? Blew out here, and then all of this formed. We don't know. We need to do some more work on that. Reason why we need to do some more work on that: one, we need to understand the soils, the soil base, and what type of vegetation can grow on what soil. Again, how much buffer do we need? Do we need to be conserving more of this soil type to allow this ecosystem to continue to function? Do we need to conserve more of another soil type? We also need to know how water flows in this community. So we had a spring down here that has disappeared. It just completely disappeared. We suspect that the water was coming somewhere from in here, and during development, something got blocked off, and now we don't have the spring anymore. We don't understand these things, so we need to do a little more data collection, a little more baseline data collection to understand geography and hydrogeology of the area to be able to make decisions. As a management authority, having to interact with the 3 systems. So there's pressure for economic development, and we are mandated to facilitate economic development. As a matter of fact, we are supposed to provide an environment to enhance economic development in our area for the benefit of our communities, right? We have the biggest yachting center in the Eastern Caribbean right here, while at the same time, right next to the yacht, we're trying to protect the coral reef, and we're also trying to protect the seagrass beds. We have to have data to be able to support our decision-making process. I can't just go up there and say, hey, the cruise ship shouldn't anchor there. They're going to ask me why. I have to have data to say why. And this is why data is important, and this is why before you start collecting data, you need to understand what questions you are going to answer with the data. It will better inform the design of your data collection protocols, and it won't make you waste time. You will actually be able to use the data and not just put it in a document on a shelf in an Excel file somewhere and you don't ever look at it again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rolita. I'm not sure we have time for many questions, but are there any? Josh in the front, we have a question.
Yeah, hi. My name's Joe Cross. I work at AUA. We do work with my students and other people. We monitor biodiversity through a process called DNA barcoding, where we look at a short region of the DNA of any species, plants, animals, fish, and we can identify what species we have. And I was just interested how you're identifying. You mentioned that in your surveys of the land and the marine environment that you get an idea of what plants are actually on someone's land? How do you know what species you have? How do you do that survey, if I can ask?
Well, first of all, I didn't do it. So we brought in some experts, local experts in vegetation, and they went onto the land and they looked at the taxonomic profile and they identified the species. Now, in the report that we have from that exercise, so anything that we're doing in the national parks, we map it, right? So we don't just collect data, we map it so that we can record where it's coming from. One of the cautions that the consultant who did the work on our behalf indicated that there are some species that he was not able to identify. It could be this, it could be that. Work like yours would come into play there, because then we need further taxonomic classification to understand what this really is. So there are about 20 plants that were found that are questionable. So if you'd like me to send you that list and show you where they are, maybe we can incorporate that into some of your programs.
Thank you. Oh, there's a lot of questions. Okay.
Thank you for an awfully beautiful presentation.
One second, Wendy. We have a question here. Sorry, the mic. We'll bring the mic to you.
My question is the whole issue about the night soil and the level of the water table in St. John's and the disposal of the night soil. Have you done any work recently on that? Does that come under your ambit? Thank you.
So, no, it doesn't. We don't work with St. John's at all. We only work in the Nelson's Dockyard National Park. And with respect to the impacts that we are seeing is that traditional soak-away wastewater treatment facilities do not work around the coastline, because as the sea level rises, when you dig, the water is right there. So there's no way for it to drain, which is why we suspect we have some of these water quality problems, because persons would have gotten approval for the building of a traditional soak-away system, and it doesn't work, so they ended up just putting a pipe straight into the road. I would advise you or suggest that all of us, the next time you're driving and you're a passenger, just look at the side of the road. You're going to see how many pipes are leading straight into the road. It's not just around the coastline. We have very low-lying areas in Antigua. We do not understand the hydrogeology of Antigua properly, and there are many places where our traditional wastewater treatment does not work. This is why our roads are bad, because everybody's putting their wastewater into the gutter, and then it doesn't drain away properly. I can answer the question. You want to know what work we do on Sargassum? Well, fortunately for us, not many of our areas are impacted by Sargassum. Memorial Bay and Indian Creek are the most heavily impacted in terms of inundation. So those are on the eastern side of the park. Our marine ecologist does do tracking. We profile it, and he is involved in tracking the research on what we can do with it. But as I said to you, that is more of a national issue. We keep track of it, but there's nothing we can actively do. The other impact from Sargassum that we're seeing is on Rendezvous Beach, and that has an impact on erosion rates, especially in the turtle nesting season. That is very dangerous, because what happens is it pulls away the area that the turtles have laid their nest, and then the nests get destroyed. Now, there may be other impacts. We note that the fishermen have reported to us that areas like Memorial Bay and Indian Creek are, in their words, dead. There's nothing in it. The Sargassum has sunk and killed everything. We would love to do more work on understanding that, but again, we have to prioritize our data collection based on the responses we have to make. We can't do anything about that right now. We note it, we record it, and we move on, and we hope that at some point somebody can give us a few $1 billion to go and restore Memorial Bay, But that's what it will take. It will take billions of dollars to restore these ecosystems.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Rulita Camacho Thomas. We're going to give her another clap. And I would like to invite our next presenter, who is Ms. Alexandra Fireman from the Environmental Awareness Group, to make her way down. She is the Antigua Marine Conservation Program Coordinator. Let's give her some encouragement. And I always say, the person who can figure out how we can make sargassum into rum, I'm ready. I'm ready for us to make some money. Oh, there's a question on Zoom. Okay, Zoom, let me hear from you. Can you unmute, please, Zoom? Oh, they typed it. Sorry, what is the question?
It's just a statement, really.
Oh, it's a statement.
Yes. We from AUA, along with Department of Analytics, conducted a pilot study on meta-barcoding of bacteria in water sources. You mentioned about enterococci in marine water. The bacteria is cultured or molecularly identified. It's very interesting as it may lead to multi-drug resistance.
Thank you, AUA. And I'm sure there will be some potential collaborations with national parks and AUA in the future. All righty, let's hear from Ms. Fireman. We're probably going to have to take all of the questions at the end. So what I'd like everybody to do is just note down your question, and then at the end we will hear from everybody. Thank you, Alice. Take it away.
Thank you. Yes, like Shanna said, my name is Alex Fireman. I am the coordinator for the Antigua Marine Conservation Program. It's a mouthful, but we shorten it to the AMCP. And of course, I work at the EAG. So thank you guys all so much for being here today. So Rulita teased some turtle stuff a little bit, so I'm going to go a little bit further into that. But we'll start with what is the AMCP. So you guys might know that the EAG has 3 programs. Okay, good. Has 3 programs, and the Antigua Marine Conservation Program obviously focuses on the marine ecosphere. Are we good? Yeah, okay. And in particular, we have a focus on endangered marine species and imperiled habitats. So within the last year or two, our current work focus and research has been specifically on the sea turtles in Antigua. And even more specifically, we have been focusing on the nesting sea turtle populations. So we know that there are turtles in water in Antigua, and there are turtles that come up to nest. So I ask, why might we focus to start on just the nesting sea turtles as opposed to the turtles in water? Any thoughts? Maybe someone could raise their hand. Mm-hmm.
Perpetuating the species, because as I understand with turtles, I think it's something crazy like 1 in every 1,000 survive to maturity.
Right.
So the foraging ones are probably okay-ish.
So all sea turtle species are imperiled, unfortunately, regardless of what life stage they're at. They're all facing threats. But you're correct that the nesting population, they're focusing on reproduction, so that's an important time to target them for conservation. I'll pose these 2 activities against each other, and I'll ask you if someone could raise their hand and tell me which of these activities looks more intensive, just from looking at them. I see someone pointing to the boat. Any other thoughts? The first one, yeah. Which one looks like it might cost more money? The first one. Okay. And which one looks like it might be more invasive for the turtle itself? The first one, yeah. So yeah, there are a lot of benefits to going out into the water and learning about sea turtles in the water where they're foraging, but it takes a lot of money, it takes a lot of effort, a lot of time, and it's just a lot of work too, to get out there on these boats, to get out and capture these sea turtles, haul them onto a boat, collect all the data you need. Although they are marine organisms, sea turtles very conveniently like to come up onto land to where we are so that we can study them a little bit more easily. So yeah, they can be accessed from the land, Sea turtles like to return fairly predictably as well to the same locations at predictable times, which means that we can know sort of more or less when they're going to be there. The sea turtles, when they're actually laying their eggs on the beach, they go into what we call a nesting trance, where they're not moving, they're very unbothered by their environment, and that time period gives us a really nice time when we can go and actually collect our data without disturbing the turtle at all. And the other benefit to looking at nesting turtles is that we can observe multiple life stages. So we can intercept the turtles as they're nesting here, so we get the adult females, the adult reproductive females, but then we also get a look at the clutches, the eggs as they're in the sand, and then a third life stage of the hatchlings as they're going down to the water. So we can get a lot of information just to going out to these nesting beaches and learning about this marine organism. So that's a little insight into how we choose our methods for data collection. So what data do we actually collect? We're out on the nesting beach, we go out at night. As you might know, sea turtles in Antigua tend to nest at nighttime. So we have it sort of broken out into 3 sections that we collect data on. We'll start with the nesting turtle, so the actual female, what she's doing, the nest environment, where the nest has been laid, and then the hatching event. So the sort of bread and butter of most nesting programs is tagging. So each turtle that comes up onto the beach, as soon as we encounter her, one of the first things that we do is we give her metal flipper tags that have a unique number-letter combination on them. And that allows us to identify her every time she comes back and we encounter her. And that can give us good information about how many nests one individual turtle will lay, how many years it takes between nesting events, all that sort of good information that we need. We will take measurements of the turtle herself, other morphological data, like what she looks like, and then any physical observations that we might notice. Moving on to the nest environment, we will collect information like the GPS points, where it was located, the lat long of the nest, the distance from the nest to the high tide line, the nest depth, how close it is to vegetation, and the cover over the nest. So is it shaded or is it out in the open sun? And then last, once those hatchlings actually leave the nest, we can go in and evaluate the nest itself. We can look at the number of eggs that were in the clutch, the time and date that the hatchlings decided to get up and leave the nest, and then evaluate things like hatching success, so how many of those eggs actually hatched into a little baby turtle, and emergence success, so how many of those eggs actually became a turtle and then got up and left. And then of course, across all 3 of these, we always have to focus on the threats, because as I said, sea turtles face threats at all life stages in all habitats, so across all 3 of those, we're always documenting the threats that they're facing. So how is this data used? I have this spreadsheet that's just filled with like columns and columns and columns of data that we collected last year. What are we actually doing with it? So I'll start with tagging, because like I said, it's like sort of the most important part for us. The big thing with tagging is that we're able to estimate abundance. So how many turtles are actually coming up to Antigua to nest? With the morphological data, we can look at things like growth rates and age of the turtles that are here. With the clutch data, we can look at how reproductively successful the turtles were, or their overall reproductive output. And with the environment, we can start to answer questions about things like nest site selection. Where do the turtles like to go, and why? So then we have to take it one step further, right? Like we have all these sort of things, and then we need to actually synthesize them into usable outputs. So with estimating abundance, if we start to collect this data over long periods of times, we can start to observe the trends of the populations, which is critical for these endangered species, right? We need to know, are the turtles that are coming to Antigua, are their populations increasing, which would be great? Are they decreasing, which is sound the alarms, or are they staying sort of relatively the same? With growth and age information, we can look at the health and status, things like body condition, how big are the turtles that are coming here, are they doing okay, or do they need some extra support maybe in their foraging areas? With the reproductive output, like I said earlier, we can look at the success. How well are the turtles doing once they actually come up here? Are they laying clutches of eggs, but none of the eggs are hatching? Because that would be a critical piece of information that we need. And then last, of course, looking at the location. Where are the turtles coming up? Why do they like certain spots? Where do we need to be focusing our efforts to give the most protection to these species? So we've synthesized into these four, I'm just like going through the scientific process here. We synthesize into these four groups of data. We have these trends, we understand what they're doing, and then we can start to really get into conservation questions and figure out how we can best manage them. So we can answer questions like, where are sea turtles declining the most rapidly? Where do they most need our actions and our money and our help? How successful are the turtles, and what factors into their success? Are turtles that nest on certain beaches producing way more eggs than turtles on other beaches, and why might that be? And then what areas require the most protection, which sort of integrates the last two. So of course, we also have to get into how that actually translates into policy. What are we doing with those questions and those answers that we have? So all of that data, all those questions that we have now answered with all of our wonderful data can go into policy decisions such as beachfront lighting ordinances, coastal development management, so that things like this don't happen. This poor turtle ended up in a pool in Barbados, so it was right next to the beach. Natural resource protection, so protecting things like native coastal vegetation, the sand on the beaches. Without those two things, obviously the turtles are not going to be able to nest at all. We need to be considering climate change in basically every policy decision that happens from here on out, and that, you know, in both the current effects and the future effects that we'll be seeing. So you can see just what we were talking about earlier with the sargassum and the erosion. This is one of our nesting beaches that isn't looking so good. We need to make sure that we're enforcing the protections and laws that are already in place. And of course, we can't forget the global advocacy on an international scale. So these policy decisions, all of those things that I just mentioned, of course, they need to be backed by scientific data. And having numbers and statistics can be really influential. If I say that 95% of all nests on one beach were impacted by artificial light, that's so much more effective than just saying artificial light is a known threat, right? If you hear that number, which is more or less true, yeah, it means a lot to policymakers. And I just want to end with one thought also, that policies, we've mostly focused here on government, but policies can be internal to businesses, they can be internal to groups, to community organizations, and they can also be sort of individual or personal policies. So things like the red lights, that might come from a government enacting a policy that says, okay, all lights around beaches need to be red. Businesses could seek out things like sea turtle friendly certifications, make sure that all of their business practices are doing things that are in the best interest of these animals. And then you can also make personal decisions such as removing trash from the beach. So I think policy sort of spans all of those areas. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Alex. I would like to remind everybody about those things that Erika said that we have that make noises. And I'm hearing some noises. So I'd like to remind us to put our phones on silent just so we can give our presenters our full attention. So next up, we have the rose in between the thorns, or the thorn in between the roses. There's too many men in here for me to make that joke. But I'd like to invite Mr. Jabari Reynolds from the Department of Environment, Monitoring, Evaluation, and Data Management Unit to give his presentation, which will be up in 3, 2, 1. And as a reminder, we will be taking questions at the end. So if you had any questions about our nesting sea turtles, don't worry, just jot them down in your Ecco notebooks, and we'll ask them you'll get a chance to ask them at the end. Take it away, Jabari.
Thank you, Shanna. Hello, testing, brilliant. Again, thank you everyone for coming here. My presentation is entitled The Science for Decision Making. Again, my name is Jabari Reynolds. I'm representing the organization of the Department of Environment. My unit is the Monitoring, Evaluation, and Data Management Unit. We have 3 key objectives for today. So today, I'm trying to answer, how does the Department of Environment collect data? Second, how are we using science for decision making? And thirdly, once the data has been collected, how does it inform our next steps in policy? Before I jump into the first slide, my panelists, my distinguished panelists, first Ms. Rolita Camacho touched about the history of why we would collect data. Then we went into the processes of collecting the data. But first off the bat, what is data? When we look at these multi-dollar, billion-dollar companies, they all have something in common. They all collect data. These companies have been in existence for hundreds of years, and they've utilized this key, data science, in keeping relevant in our today's society. Data can be defined as a factual information such as the measurement or statistics used as a basis for reasoning, discussion, decision-making, or calculation. Now we look at our benefits of data collection, or data. I know I have around 5 points, but let me go to it. So we're looking at the predicting of trends, driving profits, making better decision-making, optimize the quality of work, and draw valuable insights. I know all of us here are from varying institutions, walks of society, but could you provide benefits other than the ones listed here that data plays in your organization? Okay.
Testing. As a journalist, it allows me to formulate a better story, to connect the data with the people and what is important to them.
Brilliant. I'll take one more if anyone wants to. I think my colleague over here. No? No? Okay.
I think as repeating from previous presenters, it allows you to make better decisions based on facts rather than what might be in your imagination.
Yes. And if you can provide persons with the percentage, that cements your argument.
Exactly, but also data can be in so many different frames and views and angles, so people can make what they need to out of it without distorting it, hopefully.
Okay, thank you. How is data collected by the department now? The Department of Environment, we collect our data through a participatory approach which seeks to involve our stakeholders in monitoring and reporting of data. Alongside this approach, the DOE utilizes institutional arrangements such as Memorandum of Understandings to create avenues for data sharing. To just share some knowledge about our MOUs, we currently have 2. We have one with the Statistics Division, the AG, and we're currently looking to bring along the Antigua and Barbuda's Transport Board, as well as a recycling company known as Wills Recycling. Which unit is responsible for data collection? What's my unit? All right. So, short for DMU. So we're really responsible for tracking our projects, our NDCs, our naturally determined contributions, and our environmental data. So then the instruments for data collection. So I have a few here. The unmanned aircraft system, the drones, yes. And we use those for mangrove mapping. So I know most of us are aware what our mangroves are, and we're aware that some of them are being destroyed. But the ones that we do have, we're trying to map them for future reference to see, okay, what's affecting them, trends in how can we improve them. Then we have our GPS systems. So those are global positioning systems. They collect data points for creation of maps. For us to accurately represent things, we need our data points. So I can tell, like, we're all Caribbean. We all exist in the Caribbean. If I tell somebody, hey, can you give me directions to such and such? Or over there goes so blah, blah, blah. No. We want specific. So we want the coordinates. Now, again, we use surveys and we develop them through our COBOL toolbox. This is used to capture responses for target populations during our on-field activities. And this as well will help with us gauging our target population, see their perceptions into certain ideas for project developments and stuff. So what gives the Department of Environment this power? So we have the Environmental Protection and Management Act, the EPMA 2019. This outlines the mandate of the department to monitor environmental concerns falling within the borders of Antigua and Barbuda. So specifically, in Part 10, Environmental Information, the DMA is responsible for operationalizing this section. So, and I think this section speaks about, but I'll get into that. So we're speaking about collecting the data. So where are we going to store this data now? The DMU is adequately managing data, and the development of environmental information systems are necessary. So EIS systems, that is my job title. So these EIS systems, first of all, when you hear EIS systems, what would just come to your mind? It's an online platform for where we store this data. But different from other information systems, this is environmental data. So anything historical, present, and for future reference will be stored on these information systems. So to date, the Department of Environment has commissioned the National Environmental Data and Information System, as well as the National Resource Inventory. This was done in 2021 in the month of September. During this year, we're planning to commission the Environmental Registry and the NDC Web Tracker. I have a picture here of the Environment Registry. Yes. Now, just to touch on the Environment Registry a bit. This system has been developed by one of our many projects, the CBIT, the Capacity Building for Improved Transparency Project, and it will house the country's monitoring, reporting, and verification system. So the MRV system will comprise of indicators. The indicators are separated into thematic themes. We have loss and damage that everyone knows about. We have adaptation, mitigation, climate finance. All this will be captured in our environment registry. So we have some key features here, EPMA documents. These documents could be our EIA reports, environmental impact assessment reports. We have our MRV system, like I said, the rosters, the notices, and the rosters could be, well, the rosters are like environmental consultants, persons that are within our field that are of importance. So persons can have an easy contact to you, say, okay, I'm looking for someone that is in water quality, someone from marine, so that like that. So, remember I said it will be commissioned. Here, it will be launched on the 23rd of March 2023. That's, February. February. Apologies. And I said apologies to Alia because she's the project coordinator for it. Sorry, boss. Yes. Now, how is the DOE using science for decision making? All right. With the acquisition of the data provided by our stakeholders, the DOE has been developing projects and national programs focusing on improving conditions created by our climate change. Or these projects and programs in turn create baseline data or additional data for further project development. So I provided some list of our projects and our programs. So we have our National Adaptation Plan, renewable projects, Part 2020, our Enhanced Direct Access, and our Water Quality Program. I'm going to touch on just a few of these projects in this slide, or evidence of science within these projects. Now, the NAP is focused on developing adaptations plans to enhance the adaptive capacity, strengthen resilience, and reduce vulnerability to address effects on climate change in Antigua and Barbuda. So it's done through 6 sectoral plans under the development. So we have the tourism, finance, wholesale and retail, cultural and heritage, infrastructure, housing, sorry about that, and food and security. Now, within the NAP, you have the local area adaptation plans as well. So this is focusing, including social, economic, and physical actions to mitigate the negative impacts of climate change. So with the 6 sectoral plans, we're trying to, again, promote our industries to think climate change. How are we going to promote our industries into the future? We're looking at helping them to upgrade. So we have infrastructure. When you think about infrastructure, think about our buildings, our roads, food security. How can we help our linkages? And then for our social and physical action plans, these could be community meetings, improvement of our water channels, as we will see in the next slide. So the development of culverts in the Cashwell and McKinnon's area, it was done to combat the area, because the area is known to be flood prone. So there was a vulnerability study that was done many years ago, then a hydrological study, which focused on saying that we need to strengthen the water channels. And these water channels, the improvement is increasing the width of it. So we're seeing that if you look at Cashwell or even McKinnon's, you see that the culverts are much wider and it's providing direction to where the water is flowing, because don't quote me, right? Yeah, I think it was, I'm joking. So in 2021, we all aware of what happened in November with the flooding. Oh, yeah. You all remember? Yes. So the creation of the culverts is to provide a direction for the water, and, yeah. So lastly, development of our GHG inventories. So the GHG inventories are done to track our emissions. I know everyone hears about the below 1.5 degrees. How are we getting to it? So what we do is we do these calculations every 2 years, every 3 years, and we're just basically tracking our estimates. And these help in our project development. And I have an example through our adaptation fund, small innovative grants project. With this project, is looking on water scarcity on farms, but what it's using is climate smart agriculture technology. Now, most persons, if you say that, well, what does that mean? So we're using solar powered reverse osmosis plants to help in the production of water, clean water for the plants and stuff like that. And that is taken away from the gas generation that will cause the fumes and emissions that we spoke about. Now, the final point. How does the data collected inform our next steps? So the data collected from the projects are characterized as baseline data. Baseline data are the foundation for future projects upscale, as it provides the implementing entity the necessary information to guide the project development in terms of financing, course of action, and public perception to the idea. The projects that have been developed by the DRE are pilot studies which are geared at generating these baseline data, which will be used for upscale and alter future development as we maintain our commitments to the NDC targets. Future benefits are directed to the national programs, such as our water quality program, as well as feeding into our state of environmental bulletin and report. And I think that's the end. I'm not sure if questions are there for me or if we have
They
one.
will be at the end of the last presentation. So Martin, please write down your question. Everybody thank Mr. Jabari Reynolds for his presentation. And last but not least, we are going to invite, let me put on my French accent. Geneviève Renobert. That was terrible. I'm sorry, France. And Canada. We're going to invite Jen and Molly from the Elkhorn Marine Conservancy to give us our final presentation for this section. And they will be talking about their work underwater. So I hope you all have your snorkel gear on. I hope you have on your wetsuit, your fins, and we're ready to go. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Shauna. We are so incredibly grateful to be here. Good morning to everyone. My name is Jen, And this is Dr. Molly Wilson, my colleague, and we are project managers and marine scientists at the Elkhorn Marine Conservancy. Now, just show of hands, who knows about the EMC? Okay, I think it's like a little bit better than last year. We're working on it. If you have any pointers on how we can better be in the spotlight, then let me know. The EAG does an amazing job, so we're trying to mimic them. Anyways, today we're going to be talking about our work, which is focused on restoring Antigua's reefs. And we're specifically going to be talking about how we use data to inform our decisions, but also how we use it to inform policy recommendations. So here's our mission statement. Our mission is to enhance the resilience and local stewardship of Antigua's marine ecosystems through restoration, collaborative management, and conservation. And all of EMC's activities and work is based on our 4 core pillars. So science, engagement, education, and advocacy. And today we're going to be really focusing on these 2 first ones, science and engagement. We are going to be speaking specifically about how we collect data in multiple ways. The first is how we collect data within our coral nurseries, how we track success, and how we track their growth rates. And then also, once we've planted those corals on the reef, how do we track how they're growing and influencing the marine ecology around them? And then as well as collecting data on the other marine ecosystems around reefs, so seagrass beds and mangroves, and how we assess the state of health within the area of interest that we work. And then finally, looking at the benefits that these ecosystems provide to our stakeholder communities and how those stakeholder communities can have an impact on the areas in which we work. Now, just to be specific, we are currently working within the Northeast Marine Management Area, which is on the north and east side of Antigua, and we're focused right now in the Nonsuch Bay area, so just beside the Freetown and Willowkeys community, by Green Island and York Island. And we hope that as the organization grows, we'll be restoring reefs and other marine ecosystems throughout the entire NEMA region. So another show of hands, who here knows about the process of coral gardening? Okay, a few of you know, great. So I'll just run through it really quickly for those of you who have never seen this. Corals are extremely important animals within coral reefs, just like trees are important in a forest. And in the last few decades, we've lost an incredible amount of coral coverage. So a lot of those corals have died. And some of them, which were keystone species, which means extremely important species in the Caribbean, like this Elkhorn coral here, are now critically endangered animals, which means if we don't work to restore their populations, they might actually go extinct. And so the process of restoring a reef or restoring coral coverage onto the reef, and the way that we do it involves going into the wild, finding colonies of corals that are living and thriving despite all odds, taking a little tiny piece of that colony, and then coming back to our underwater nurseries and placing them on a rope and letting them grow in that protected and managed environment. So you can imagine we might take a piece that is as big as my hand and we'll cut it into 10 pieces, or we'll take a branch for some of the branching corals that look more like, or a staghorn coral that look a little bit thinner and longer, we might cut that into 40 pieces. And then we'll watch those pieces of corals grow into larger fragments. Now this picture was taken maybe a year after the coral was placed in the nursery, and you can see that the small piece of coral there has started to grow these beautiful hands. And what we'll do in the next step of the process is actually cut those off and go into a degraded reef system like here, and we will physically glue them onto the degraded reef structure. And we use Portland cement or marine epoxy, so nothing fancy there. In the first part that I just described, in the nursery part, what we're really interested in seeing is how are our species doing? So our objective is identifying the coral genotypes, the specific genetically distinct corals. How are they doing? Are they growing fast? Are they surviving? Are they showing any genetic resilience to stressors like heat or disease, for example? And so what we do is we do exactly that. We track that. We have what we call a gene bank, which is a section of the nursery that contains at least 4 pieces of every genotype in our nursery. And for the corals, staghorn and fused staghorn, we actually measure them every month for the first 8 months. And so we can physically track their growth. And then for corals like the elkhorn coral here, which is a little bit harder to measure because it kind of grows in every direction, what we do is we measure the number of appendages that start to grow off this main piece. So the yellow here would be the original piece that we collected, and this beautiful kind of tutu skirt is the new appendage that the elkhorn is growing. You can also tell that there was a line here holding it on to the structure, and that it is completely covered the line. And so this coral is doing particularly well. And then we also collect other data, such as water quality data, and we observe occurrences of disease and blooms in cyanobacteria, algae, and other predators like crabs and oysters. And we see which of these genotypes are our best players. After we plant them, we also want to see, okay, they were doing well in the nursery, but how are they doing at the restoration sites? We have 3 restoration sites, which means 3 degraded reefs on which we plant. And so we check success, which essentially means survivorship, and growth, or coral growth on each one of these sites. We also take photo records, and what we also do is photomosaics on 2 distinct plots. Photomosaics is essentially creating a 3D map of the sea floor, and so we did a baseline one, and then as we plant in that area, we'll continue to make those 3D maps to see how is the coral growing and is that creating habitat space for fish. We also are running agra, fish, and benthic surveys just to see, okay, how is the environment before we planted and how is it after we've planted? Are those planted corals providing any type of ecosystem benefits to the fish and invertebrates that like to live on a reef? And again, we collect a bunch of complementary data, just as I was saying, water quality, disease, bleaching, predation, and competition.
Great, so as Jen mentioned, we also collect data on ecosystem health, which at the moment is focused in the non-such Bay Area. So we do, like Rulita mentioned from national parks, we do agra surveys on coral reefs. We also do surveys on seagrass beds and mangrove forests. And in addition to this quantitative data, we also do water quality testing, but we also take qualitative data on physical site properties, different observed anthropogenic impacts, and observe uses by different stakeholders. And the objectives here are really to assess the health of the ecosystems and their capacity to provide ecosystem services to the stakeholders in the area where we work. We also collect complementary social data. So we identify stakeholder uses and local impacts of the ecosystems that we work in by phone calls and in-person interviews, as well as different community open house exhibits and expos. And this goes along with the ecosystem health data that I just mentioned as well. And the goals here are really just to identify ecosystem services provided to the stakeholder community, as well as the different local impacts to these ecosystems. And so how do we use all this data that we've been collecting? For the first example, I'll just touch on how we use our nursery and restoration site monitoring data that Jen spoke about. We analyze this to enable us to select resilient coral genotypes. So from the growth tracking, both in the nursery and on the outplants, we can identify which of the genotypes, of which we have about just over 50 genotypes right now, which of them are performing best and which are performing best under certain conditions. So certain ones might like certain outplanting sites, or they may be resistant to different diseases, but they have slower growth. So it's been really important for us to be able to track that. We've also used our ecological data to identify restoration sites that we want to focus on at this stage in our project. And we can also identify benefits from restoration activities to the overall ecology of the reefs that we're planting in. So just for a quick example of that, when we were choosing our restoration sites, just a little bit less than a year ago, we used a lot of benthic data to figure out what the actual benthic composition looked like in these different reefs. And for this round of outplanting, I mean, all of the reefs that we're working in the area that we're working in need a lot of assistance, but we were trying to start by focusing on reefs that actually a lot of the coral was dead, but they had a lot of factors that would facilitate coral growth were those corals to be reintroduced. So we're looking for places that have a lot of crustose coralline algae, which is this pink algae that kind of forms a cement on the reef. It's really good for enabling corals to grow. It also attracts more juvenile corals. And also we're looking for areas that have low levels of macroalgae, which can be toxic to corals. So the sites that we chose, for the most part, have more of this CCA, which is in the pink here, and less of the macroalgae, which is in the dark green, than the other sites we surveyed. Another example is how we've been using our monitoring ecosystem health and stakeholder data. This has been really influential in helping us identify policy proposals, essentially. So we've used this to designate proposed zones for stakeholder uses, restoration, and conservation within the Nonsuch Bay and the Green Island area. This is all hopefully in conjunction with the EAG's Offshore Islands Nature Reserve. We've also used this data to help propose specific regulations that would enhance ecosystem health as well as benefits to stakeholders, and also identify sustainable financing mechanisms that would decrease local impacts and help finance management and enforcement. So just a quick example within that umbrella, these are some of the data from our seagrass surveys, and you can see, I'm not sure how many of you are familiar, but there's an invasive seagrass here that tends to do really well in areas that get cleared, where where the native seagrass species have been damaged. It colonizes it a lot more quickly. So you can see that specifically in areas where you have a lot of anchor damage or boat damage to the seagrass. And here that's represented in the red is the invasive species. And you can see this is very prominent in two of the major anchoring spots around Green Island. So this type of data really helps bolster our proposal for moorings in these areas to preserve the health of these ecosystems. So that's what we have for today. Thank you guys so much for putting this really important event together and inviting us to speak. And if you'd like to know more about our programs, definitely feel free to reach out to us, or Shannon, our communications director in the back, also has some pamphlets about what we're working on and sustainable seafood guides. So definitely talk to her as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lovely. So it is finally now time for the questions that everybody had been writing down in preparation for this moment. So, okay, I see a hand up already. Josh is there, so we'll go to the gentleman from AUA, and then we'll go to Martin.
Thank you, all the speakers. What fantastic presentations from everyone. That was really interesting. The last, the Elkhorn group, I just had a couple of questions about when you say you have the genotypes, are you talking about you've just looked at specific genes within the genome? And who does your sequencing? How do you get your sequencing done?
Is this one? Yeah, okay, so we don't have the capacity to sequence them right now, but we track them based on the colonies that we collect from. So when we sample, we GPS tag and photographically track the specific colony, and then all the samples that we take from that are assumed to be genetically identical to the parent. And then we have a spatial buffer before which we'll collect another colony, or you can also look for things like non-fissures between the two different genotypes. Yeah. We would love to sequence them, so yeah. Okay, that would be amazing.
AUA, y'all collaborating with everybody. We love to see it. I hope you're collaborating with EAG too. Let's take it to Martin.
Possibly being a bit contentious to the gentleman as Jamari from the data collection unit. I see that you're looking for participation in data collection. I'm a big fan of citizen science, but I don't really see much of that happening in Antigua. And I feel that it's an important and a worthwhile step because people will then feel engaged and have a sense of ownership and all the benefits that that brings. Is there a move to move to that kind of thing? And secondly, and relatedly, it strikes me that there's very few government agencies involved in your data collection, and considering the Sustainable Development Goals 2030, etc., it concerns me in terms of trying to achieve those many, many goals. And thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Yes, we are actually trying to get more community-based data collection. So for the mention of Will's Recycling, I actually got in contact with him through a connection. I was actually doing a waste questionnaire for the UNSD, and that interaction with Will showed me that there are potential within our communities, but it takes connection, and I think forums like this provides the department or even organizations to meet face-to-face, say this is what we're doing, this is what we're working on, and then we find synergies, such as what AUA is doing with the gene sequencing and stuff like that. So I believe, as well as another thing, for the project, the CBIT project, what we're trying to do as well is we're trying to sensitize our population to environmental information systems. So we were going to different government agencies, but then we focused on private sectors because we're trying to get the buy-in. But I think, again, what you're saying is correct. We need to focus on our communities because they are the driving force. They are the population that we need to win over. The second question, I'm sorry.
Second question was government agencies.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to be few in numbers are participating with you, and I say that in the context of the Sustainable Development Goals 2030, which we've just gone beyond the halfway point. And I don't see an awful lot of data and stuff coming out of Antigua in that space. And if we don't keep in a track of the data, we don't know what we're managing. And it strikes me that we're going to have another big fat failure like the Millennium Development Goals were as well, which is such a pity because we're in that crucial 10-year period of all these big decisions being made, whether it be in Antigua or globally, of how the future looks. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Well, for that, during my time in the department, I first came on as an intern, as a monitoring, reporting, and verification intern, and I was really tasked with collecting data. And again, with the government institutions, what I really found was that they do collect the data, but then there's not a mandate for them to share the data or to even report about the data. They will look at you and they will probably say, yeah, we have it, but then why should we share it? But again, I will use the word gentleman's agreement, and you move on to probably the MOUs, you have to first strike a common ground with them for them to understand this is what the data will be used for. And again, like I touched on the NAP, when we were focusing on the different sectors, we have to show them this is what we're envisioning for our country. If we can get you on board, we can be a beacon of light probably in the Caribbean region and again, showcase that our country can go forward. I think I answered the question. Not sure if anybody from my department has anything to chime in with. No? No?
Hi, so I just want to mention a point about the SDGs. That actually falls under foreign affairs. We do assist in terms of the environmental indicators, but they did just launch a website where they upload the data and how they're tracking the various SDGs. And we do have buy-in from a lot of government agencies. As he mentioned earlier, we have the MOU with statistics, and we also work with Transport Board. We're trying to assist them with collecting the data that we have gaps in, but we do have a relationship with them. We meet monthly through our technical advisory committee, so we do have the work has started.
And then to thank you for that question, because I think citizen science is important. We need everybody to work with us, everybody to work together, not with us, because at the end of the day, we're working towards the same common goal, I imagine, of, in terms of, well, on my side, the biodiversity, conservation, sustainable use, and it's important that we collect data. So yes, as the COP in December for the biodiversity convention, we finally, after 4 years, approved the global biodiversity framework. That is what we will now then go and align our national biodiversity strategy and action plan to that. It's 23 targets. And when we get to the stage of doing that alignment process, we will have to, and we want to work with community groups, with NGOs, with government agencies to figure out how we're going to align that biodiversity framework with our strategy and action plan, and then how we're going to collect the data and how everybody will play a part in collecting of data. So yes, communities would have to be involved, NGOs would have to be involved, academia, like Professor Cross up there, he's already involved in data collection. And yes, so for sure, yes, it's something that we have to promote, that we have to continue doing, because no data, you can't plan, you can't move forward, you can't improve, you can't conserve, you can't use biodiversity sustainably. So it's it's extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you to all the representatives of the DOE who chirped in on that question. I love it. We have another question from Wendy.
Yes, I have two questions. One for Mr. Reynolds and Ms. Fireman. Do you make recommendations for these flood-prone areas where people are building homes to elevate or to come up from so close to the ground to prevent flooding in their homes?
I know of the a newly formed building code plan. Building code plan. In a sense, it's trying to bring our homes to Cat 5, as well as, again, for flooding. But what we did is, with the vulnerability study, is that we try to improve the water channels. So I think that answers the question.
I know, but some persons have already built in these water-prone areas. And also, Ms. Fireman, do you have problems with persons taking eggs or animals, eating or with these eggs, the turtle eggs?
Yeah, that's a great question. We have had very limited reports of that happening in the last year that I've been here, but I would be very hesitant to say that it doesn't happen. Yeah.
Good morning. I have two questions for Molly and Jen. So the first thing is the survivorship bank, the gene bank. I think that's an excellent idea, and I wanted to know if all the corals that you are growing in that bank, if all of them are collected in the NEMA. Yeah, okay. And do you guys think it would be wise to get corals outside of the NEMA okay. And secondly, the choice of restoration sites. You spoke about the Benthic data study that guided the choosing of these sites. How did you go about this Benthic data study?
How did you go about doing the Benthic data study to be able to choose your sites for restoration?
Thank you. Those are all great questions. And I should have also pointed out that when we were choosing the restoration sites, there were a lot of different factors as well, ecological, including fish populations and other herbivores, as well as social in terms of accessibility to people, reduced risk of other human impacts, like a lot of boating activity. But in terms of the actual benthic surveys, they are essentially agri-surveys, slightly modified. Yes, which is belt transects, 10-meter belt transects. Jen should be saying this because she does them. But essentially, they're point intercept. So every point along the line, you identify what is there. I'm sure you're familiar as well. And then we also measure canopy height of the algae to try and get a better sense of the abundance of macroalgae as well.
Great. We have another question from Martin.
I think one thing, if I might add, is that it would be really interesting to start mixing genotypes from the south in National Parks Authority jurisdiction area. And we've been talking to Rulio Camacho about doing that, and it's something that we're really excited about doing.
One final question. I think the government agencies might be best to answer this. There's an elephant in the room that we're not talking about, and from my experience, this is the complete and utter failure of the Development Control Authority to live up to their mandate of the Physical Planning Act and the regulations and so forth that are there. A lot of the problems that we're talking about with regard to flooding and so on speaks to that. How do we tackle that? Because it seems to be such a politically charged situation that nobody wants to address it. And it's from what's happening in Yorks to the UDA project and PLH, etc. Thank you.
Government agencies? I'll let you all respond to that question. Yeah, government agencies and statutory bodies.
So let me answer for the National Parks Authority, and I'm going to go back and answer Wendy's question in terms of homes and collaboration with the DCA, and I'm also going to bring us back to data collection and how and why we do it. So government's pool of resources is not infinite, and over many decades, those of us who have to do data collection have had to fight with the same pots of money that would go to healthcare and education. That is always a challenge. And quite frankly, a lot of our data collection, our programmatic data collection activities are not the largest percentage of our data collection. We only collect data when we are forced to report and when there's some kind of funding opportunity or there's an international requirement. Our culture in Antigua and Barbuda of collecting data to inform decisions is very poor, and the public does not demand it. We went through a whole election cycle where even economic data was not discussed. Everybody was discussing things and nobody referencing any data sources. So we have to admit to ourselves that our public don't care about data. They just want to see whatever they have in their mind. So it's quite a challenge. In terms of how we are working together, I want to also point out that it doesn't make sense for 6 different agencies to be collecting the same data, right? So in terms of, and then I want to make a point about citizen science. I can collect data and you can collect data, and then when we come together, it actually doesn't make sense, right? Nonsense in is nonsense out. I did my CXC biology and I did not do the experiment. I tasted the water and I did and I wrote up the lab, right? I can make data say what I want it to say if I have the type of backing. So you have to be very careful in terms of what the motives for data collection are. And this is where the policy backing, and this is why I started my presentation in saying, before you start collecting data, be very clear in terms of the effect you want to make, right? Now, there are other data collection that are done for finding out information that you don't know, and that is also useful, and that is where academic institutions come in. We really need that detailed taxonomic work, because more and more what we're realizing is that in conservation, we're not trying to bring back something as it was in the 1960s. That has gone, it's changed. When we are moving forward, we're moving forward to something we have no idea what it will look like. We do not know what it would look like. If we get a Category 5 hurricane in Antigua, all of our ecosystems, even if they are resilient and they come back, they will come back different. So there's a need to recognize that we always have to take a rolling baseline. You cannot depend on data from 1984 to make a decision today. You need to go back today, you need to check the changes. So this habit of programmatic checking needs to become a habit. And then what do you do once you have that information? Sometimes you do nothing, you just check again. Sometimes when you check, it depends on what the data is saying. So if the data is saying, hey, something is going wrong over here, Then you go back and find why is it going wrong. And this is where we need support. Government's role is actually to do the programmatic work. And Martin is right. The programmatic work is not being done all the time. Maybe it's not being done frequently enough, but the fact is that we are still a developing country. And if you had to choose between whether you could go to the clinic and whether you have data on the coral species in the NEMA, I know what I would choose. If you had to choose between your child getting a free secondary education and knowing what species of tamarind tree is out there, you know what you would choose. So at the end of the day, we have to be very honest and realistic with where we are. There are niches that each institution and organization can fill, and it is important that we don't expect government to do everything. One thing that I say is that we should become more familiar with what government agencies are doing, because there's quite a lot of information out there if you look for it, and we need to engage the government agencies. Government agencies are actually doing a lot. People out there have information that they're not reporting to the government agency, and unless you choose to interact with that government agency, information is power, data is power. If you don't step out and start the interaction, you will never have the information. One more thing, we have MOUs with both the EAG and with the EMC. We recognize in the National Parks Authority we can't do it alone. We work closely with all the government agencies. It's just to pick up a call, find a friend in the government agency, and you will get your work done. It's hard to find a friend, but once you've made the friend and y'all know y'all have the same outcomes, you're looking for the same result, your friend will be the friend for life. Y'all can fall out and cuss today, and then you'll be back together tomorrow. What is the issue is when a mistrust develops, where you use the information that an agency has given you to bring that same agency down, and we have seen that happening over and over again. We need to be trusting each other. We're all working towards the same purpose, I hope. And instead of criticizing outside, let's work together to build each other up.
I think that was a good way to kind of pull everything together. Thank you, Relita. I want to give a round of applause again to our panelists. Thank you so much for giving us your time, for doing your presentations. A lot of times in Antigua, we like to say, nobody now do nothing, right? Oh, y'all silent. And in Barbuda, y'all not outside, right? We like to say that nobody now do nothing, right? But here we have, especially in science, right? In the STEM field. So it is so encouraging, I think, to see the amazing work that all of these agencies are doing, the collaborations that we have between government, statutory bodies, NGOs, community-based organizations, etc., and the things that we have in common. We all have data gaps. We all need more money and resources to be able to identify and deal with these data gaps. And we all have this same goal that we're working to, right? And with that, I am going to invite everybody to transition to the lunch section. You may see those lovely plaid tablecloths to your left. And we are going to call you up table by table, I think. But we would like to thank you so much. Again, thank you to our panelists for this section. And after lunch, during lunch, at the end of lunch, we also have a donors clinic. So if you have your appointment, I'm sure the receptionist will have you on your toes. And so we will meet back here at 1:20, 1:30. And after lunch, the itis will not have a chance to set in because we'll have an energizer. So again, make your way to the lunch section, and thank you again for listening to this deep dive into science. Okay, and a note for the donors clinic. You can still make your way, but a note for the donors clinic. The MEPA Trust and British High Commission are not here at this time, so if you had a slot with them, you will have that tomorrow instead. Again, the receptionist will give you all this information. But yes, please feel free to move over to the lunch section, and we're going to take a quick photo with our panelists. Really to your book.
Private Ryan mixes it up for you.
The party and sun no rain, we don't care what the people say. Once the music we can double up, and like when the soap drop in the shower, you can bubble up. Oh, if it feels right, yeah, baby, give me the green light, and let me accelerate. Girl, wind up your body till you drop, and let me do it again. Girl, walk up your waist non-stop, 'cause I love how you're moving. Right now it's me and you alone. I'd like my body have a mind of its own. When I hold you it's boom, bang, endless walk, boom, bang. When I hold you it's boom, bang, endless walk, boom, bang. When I hold you it's boom, bang, endless walk, boom, bang. When I hold you it's boom, bang, endless walk.
From Miami to Trinidad to the world, Private Ryan is the most versatile. Destra says so. Lucy. Queen of Bac-
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. You guys are disappointing me today, but don't worry. Okay, so we will be playing rock, paper, scissors. But listen, you have to do it with your body. So let me demonstrate. So I will call our lovely Giselle and our lovely boss, Erika, up. They will demonstrate for you. So what's going to happen, our DJ is going to play a little bit of music. Right? All right. Well, first, before he gets the music, you guys demonstrate to us the different moves. So let's start with rock. So this is rock, guys. Are you seeing how to do rock? Do it again for them. Let's start from the top. Rock. Great. Now let's get on to paper. Paper. Wonderful. And let's do scissors. Wonderful. All right. So we're going to play some music. Music will be playing. You're going to have to find somebody to pair up with. So once you find your pair, okay, start the music, my DJ. With, let's go quick and snappy. Find your peer. Find, and everybody has to participate. So my people on Zoom, you can do it at home as well. All right, who does not have a partner? Raise your hand. Wait, my friend from Freetown, you're so shy that you can't find a partner. Wait, okay, Alicia, what happened? Okay, you're spectating. That's not allowed. That's not
I get to be a spectator.
No, you can't be a spectator.
Join us.
Come. Yes, 3 way. Wow. Let's go rock, paper, scissors.
That's great.
Okay.
Ready?
Oh, you're gonna play with her? Okay. Josh will go with you. All right. So, DJ, we're ready for the music. Okay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. All right. And you have to count who is winning. Okay. Let's go again. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay. All right. So we are round 2. We're going to round 3. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. For our speaking to the expert section. All right. Your energy is up. Are ready to have more conversations and feeling good. Miss Wong, beat thoroughly on rock, paper, scissors. So I'm just accept. Oh, so I've lost twice. Oh, well, at least I'm consistent. So our next session is our Speak to the Expert session, and we're going to invite our panelists. So Relita Camacho Thomas. Give her a round of applause. Janella Bradshaw. We should make y'all run up like yeah, yes. Okay. Janella, you have to run in. We have music, we can't let them run in. Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, panelists. And so this afternoon session kind of takes us from where we were speaking about how we're collecting data. We understand that we're collecting this data so that we can inform management. But now we want to get into how are we actually managing our spaces. So each of these ladies here represent either an organization or agency that's doing some level of management in specific ecosystems or in protected areas. All right? And what they're going to be speaking about is how they're doing that. What systems are they using, whether there are systems that actually do exist for them to manage, where the gaps exist for management, and kind of how we can weather some of the challenges of managing, whether we are NGOs or government or statutory organizations. So I think that because we've had, in the morning, we had our initial start of chat with somebody from a statutory organization, I'm going to start with an NGO. And because it's EAG's thing, I'm going to start with Janella, because I can. So Janella is going to come. She's going to give a brief overview of how she is managing the Redonda Ecosystem Reserve and some of the gaps and ways that we are using to help with figuring out that management. So welcoming Janella, who's not going to run up on stage again because that's done. Okay.
Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. So it's time to talk about your favorite offshore island, Redondo. Okay, okay. So we're talking about Redondo managing ecosystems, yesterday restored, tomorrow protected, and kind of how does management look for this offshore island that's on its path of restoration and also on its path to being designated as a protected area. Oh. Okay, okay. Well, yes. So, if you haven't heard about Redondo, Redondo's transformation story is definitely a success. It can be described from literally being transformed from rats to riches. So you had this island that was once teeming with wildlife, bursting, but because of invasive rats and goats that was on the island, it literally destroyed everything. The island was dying. There was no vegetation cover. There was literally one resident land bird living on the island. The cliffs were falling into the sea. It was a disaster. So in 2016, the Redondo Restoration Program was formed, and they had the big task of restoring Redondo. And they did so rightfully. So 1 year after eradication, removing approximately 6,000 rats. There were 6,000 rats on the island. And they were so hungry, they were eating each other. Just imagine that. And this little orange tent right there, Rulio was sleeping in that tent. Can you imagine? Rulio, put a comment in the Zoom chat and let them know how difficult it was. But yes, Redondo was well on its way to being restored. You can see how it looks 1 year post-eradication. And you can see how it looks 3 years post-eradication. It literally went from 0 to 100 real quick. And this was simply done by just removing those invasive species that was causing negative impacts on the island. So after we have done this, what next for Redondo? Well, I'm happy to introduce you to the Redondo Ecosystem Reserve. And the Redondo Ecosystem Reserve will be the first protected marine area under the Environmental Protection Management Act of 2019. And we're very excited about this. This is a big win for conservation. This is a big win for Antiguans and Barbudans. So here, RER for short, is one of the 3 core sister programs we have here at the Environmental Awareness Group, and it adopts an ecosystem approach. So that means we talk about the integration of the land, the sea, the living animals, and everything happening together. So we look at everything as a whole. And right now, RER focuses on the management of Redondo and its surrounding waters, and including those special species, those endemic lizard species you can find on Redondo, as well as the globally significant nesting seabirds that we have here. So right now, just to give you a little overview, this is how the protected area would look. So it actually covers around 30,000 hectares, and you're probably saying, how big is that? So that's actually as big as Antigua right now. So if you can see these blue dots, that's the entire protected area right there. And in the middle alone, this little yellow dot, that's just the island of Redondo. So you can see that majority of the protected area consists of the surrounding waters. And you're probably wondering, but how you all going to manage that? I asked myself the same question too, but we are here for it. And with Redondo being so far away, as in, it's not just a little boat ride, like if you go to Bird Island or Green Island, you know, we have to take a helicopter to reach there. So it's really like, what systems are you going to put in place to manage Redonda? So the first step is definitely to have an effective and concise management plan. And you want a management plan that really focuses and outlines the management goals and the objectives of the protected area. So what are you going to be focusing on? What are those key problematic areas that the management plan will cover? And as well, you also want this to be flexible because you're not going to cover everything in the management plan. And you want a management plan that will guide you and to guide your governance. So for Redonda, we actually have 3 key management goals. The first one is takes into consideration species and ecosystem conservation and management. So this is us going over there collecting data. We heard this morning the importance about data, and everything we do at the EAG is data driven. We don't make decisions just because we feel like. We make decisions because we have the numbers, we look at the gaps in the research, and we say, hey, this is what we need to focus on. The ground lizards on Redonda, we notice that their numbers are decreasing, so we need to write a project or find research what's really going on about that. So that the species and ecosystem conservation management concerns that, and also our marine surveys, and we have biosecurity checks. So we go over to Redonda quarterly, 4 times a year, to make sure that there are no invasive species, that that the island remains rat-free. And one thing to take into consideration about conservation, just because we remove those invasive species, the monitoring is continuous, and you need money to fund this monitoring. And then you have awareness. How many of you guys have watched the Redonda documentary? Let me see the hands. Wow! Well, if you haven't, you should know about Redonda, the road to recovery. So for us at the EAG, awareness is a big part of what we do. People can't appreciate the work that we do unless they know about it. So we said, hey, Redonda has a beautiful story. Let's make a documentary to share that story with the public. And ever since we've been doing so since June of 2022, the public has been receptive. People are happy. People are proud to know about the work that we're doing. They want us to continue, and this is what we want. We want everybody to be proud. We want everybody to continue and to promote the protection of Redonda. And as well, we focus on access and visitation. So thinking about future research. So if maybe somebody from abroad or here say, hey, I want to look into the brown boobies. I want to know more about them. So we focus about that aspect as well. And as well as the heritage. Redonda has a very rich heritage. It has a lot of archaeological artifacts over there, and we're looking into protecting them and promoting that. And the most important thing for me is the governance and the management. This protected area cannot be successful unless we have a proper governance and management structure, because we don't want the Redonda Ecosystem Reserve to be a protected area only on paper. We want it to actually work. So as such, we have our governance and management structure. So there are 3 key parts to this. You have the Protected Area Board, and this authority, this area, they are responsible for giving authority, oversight, and direction and approval to the Protected Area Management Agency in the blue. And this will be EAG. So we go out there and we do all the hard work, which we love. We gather the data, we do the analysis, we talk to people, we do the reports, we look for funding to continue doing the work that we do. And based on everything we then have our Protected Area Technical Advisory Committee, where we would inform and consult them. So we would have our TAC meetings, and we would say, okay, we just had our marine surveys in Redonda. These are the findings. These are the next steps. What are your thoughts? And then the Technical Advisory Committee would then advise the management board and bring them up to date. So we have a system, and the system is put into place to make sure that we are accountable, to make sure that what's written in the management plan, that we're actually doing that. And then next, one important part is to have partnership. Everything pertaining around Redonda is built on the pillars of partnership. we realized that we cannot do it alone. Redonda is a very special island. We need different people with different technical expertise, so we built upon that. So when we were doing our consultations for the protected area designation, I remember I had a meeting with Coast Guard, and they said to me, but wait, y'all don't have anybody regarding security on your management board. And I said, but you're right. He said, Redonda is so far away, you need to consider that aspect. So we talk to these people, and we involve everyone, and they say, hey, you need to have this. So then what are we doing? We're going to have MOU with Defense Force, and then we're going to work along with them. And they said, hey, you know what? Maybe we can include Redonda into our patrol plan. So, you know, the Coast Guard, they would go to different areas doing their patrol. They have their air wing, and they would, you know, we're working along with them to ensure the management of Redonda. And you may recognize some people in this photo. But yes, and this was taken on January the 5th when we went to do our biosecurity check. So we see we have NP in the photo. We have our board members. We have our team. So we can't do it alone. So every single aspect, we need people. We need the skills to get the work done. And then just to talk a little bit about the challenges, especially with Redonda, accessibility is one of them. And when I mean accessibility, I mean like, as I said, Redonda, we have to take a helicopter to go to Redonda. So we have to take that into consideration when we're talking about management. Somebody can't be stationed there 24/7. So how are we going to monitor this space? How are we going to see who is using this space? What are people doing? So we have to think about these challenges. Currently now, we're going to test out having cameras on Redonda, and they're going to be solar powered, where that they would pick up certain images, and if anything unusual is happening, they would send the image back to us, and then we can better analyze, and we can also use this data to see what's happening when we're not there, because we're only there at minimum 4 times a year. So that's not a lot of days. So a lot of things can happen when we're not there. High transportation costs. So every flight we take to Redonda is like $3,200 US. And that's a lot of money. So that's every time we go there. And it's only 4 times minimum we go there a year. So we have to think about how can we raise money for us to continue doing that work, for us to continue monitoring, because that's not something that we can't do. We need to monitor, because as Relita was saying earlier, we need to collect that data, that have that programmatic data to see what's going on, so we can monitor trends and we can know how the recovery of the island is doing, and also to identify gaps so we can attend to them. And you know, the big thing for I think most CSOs and NGOs, the need for a sustainable financial mechanism. We need to find a way that we have money coming in to support the work that we do, because it's not cheap, and it takes a lot of funds, and we want to continue to make sure we have sustainable use of this resource. And as well, the novelty of managing such a large marine protected area. Redonda presents its own special characteristics, and this is going to be a new thing for all of us. EAG has not done this before. We will be in a public-private partnership with the government of Antigua and Barbuda to manage this island. They're saying, hey, you guys are good at what you do, so we're going to give this duty to you, but we want you to work along with us. So this is going to be a new thing, and we really want this to work, because we want people to see that, hey, we can manage a protected area. This can work, and we can do it with the government and also be an NGO. And that wraps up my presentation. And as well, since we're talking about sustainable financial mechanisms, Redonda has merch. So if you have some money in your pocket and you want to be decked out in a nice Redonda shirt and you want to promote the continuous conservation of this beautiful island, feel free to see me later and purchase a nice little shirt. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, Janella. Of course, there's merch. Thank you, Janella. Now I'm going to turn over to Rafika to speak about managing a protected area. And we do know the challenges with Wallings, so I'm very interested to hear from her, not just what those challenges are, but how do we then mitigate against those potential gaps that we're seeing as a result of the fallout.
That's what we call it.
Good afternoon. First, let me start by saying that Wallings Nature Reserve Incorporated is not the name of the location, which we spend most of our days on social media correcting. So it reads Wallings Nature Reserve located in the Wallings Forest area. So we never changed the location's name. The company's name is Wallings Nature Reserve Incorporated. It's a conservation company, and it's a not-for-profit governed by the laws of Antigua and Barbuda. What stands out for this organization is that we would have already built in a mechanism with sustainability when we were designing it. So I spend most of my days now speaking to places like the Bahamas, St. Lucia, Trinidad, Jamaica, seeing how organizations that already exist can incorporate sustainability into the business right away. So there's a grant side and there's a business side. The situation that escalated to the point that it got is unfortunate because the area has now gotten back and looks worse than what it was when we began to restore the area in 2018. Ironically, the terrestrial area is the forest, and there's not a lot of communication within the government sector. We've been working along with the Ministry of Tourism, the Department of Environment, Community Development Division, other divisions within the government sector. What we've always had was a challenge with the Ministry of Agriculture. So even when these government agencies were stepping in to bridge the gap that existed, we still had issues going forward with the development. We had a temporary agreement where every time we had to apply for funding, we would have to get letters of support from those government agencies to say that this was what was happening. So Wallings Nature Reserve Incorporated has completed over 12 projects. We've managed to raise over 300,000 US within the space of 4 years, the short space of time that we've been working. And the development of the Wallings Forest area was just one project that we were doing as a company with regards to conservation in Antigua and Barbuda. And it was a peeve of mine that this area located right there in the heart of my backyard. I want to get away from home and take up food from home and go in the bush to cook. And I saw an opportunity not just to make money, but to develop the space into something that we could all relate to. What we created while we were there was a Protected Areas Management Effective Analysis Report. We created a MET tool assessment while we were there. We started working with the Department of Environment on a draft management plan for the Sherkley Mountain areas because we have this tendency in Antigua and Barbuda to be referring to things that are dated older than me, 1912 and 70 something coming down. We don't like to update things. And then we started doing a draft gap analysis for the management of the protected area. So all of the key stakeholders that would come together to ensure that the project survived. And then we started drafting a priority action plan for that protected area. It was never the intent of the company to stay within that space forever because we were becoming overwhelmed and the challenges that we were facing were a lot unnecessary. All right, what we've managed to do, and we still have the responsibility, we managed to protect the Wallings Forest Reserve with IUCN. So if you go to the internet and you see www.protecttheplanet.net, Redonda is on there. Redonda is on there. So we would have managed to get Wallings Forest area protected. And if you notice, it's a terrestrial inland water protected area. It's highlighted here in green, and the location is Antigua and Barbuda. And this can be found on the internet. What you're noticing now, the management authority, see the difference there? Wallings Nature Reserve Incorporated. However, the Wallings Forest area was what we would have managed to protect. This information came from the Department of Environment, so I guess they reached out to ensure that the information that we were giving them was accurate and to the point. And again, we are not in the location, but because of the agreements that we would have forged with international bodies, we are still the management company for that location. All right, we started reforesting Signal Hill, and Signal Hill also on national parks, and they appreciate the work we're doing up there. Julio can tell you that in the Zoom chat if he's still there. We started to remove the invasive lemongrass species and plant fruit trees. We managed to plant over 1,500 trees. We had a situation where animals were deliberately let go to eat the plants. What the team has been doing now with another donor is that we still hike every Sunday. And a team of 4 persons, 3 females and a male, and they say the girls that work at Wallings are more male than female, because if we need to use a chainsaw, a cutlass, a weed whacker, we do not look at it as work, we look at it as having fun, doing something we love, so it doesn't bother us. So we have an area that is thriving with food and forestries. So in a few years, persons decide to use that space, they can hike to Signal Hill and they can get sugar apple, golden apple. So you can just walk with your sugar, mix your juice up there. Soursop. We've been planting things that we realize, and what we've noticed is that the Antiguan black pineapple is thriving within that space, and it doesn't need lots of maintenance. So we're planting a lot of pineapple. All right, the challenges faced. There's a serious issue, as I mentioned before, with communication with government agencies not relaying the information, because when the situation happened, they realized, oh, you're supposed to be working along with the Department of Environment, which we were, and the Ministry of Tourism, which we were, and something that we were doing while we're at Wallings, we were collecting data as to how many persons were accessing the space, how often they came, what was the area that they frequented the most, and this information was being shared with the Ministry of Tourism, so they could then say, okay, this area of the island is getting this much traffic, and the Department of Environment was using it to see how much damage was being created to the flora and fauna within that location. All right, the lessons learned. The persons within the sectors, we do not like to educate ourselves with the current actions with regards to climate change, because persons are of the opinion that we just like to hike and be sweaty and go and dig out lemongrass and plant food. That's not the case. We are currently working along with the U.S. Department of State and the U.S. Forest Service. 2 persons from Antigua and Barbuda will be leaving shortly to be trained as regional fire jumpers. Hopefully I'm one of those, so that we can service the whole wider region with regards to how wildfires are managed. Because the lemongrass is not lit by itself. I try to light it and it's not lighting. Persons put things in place so that it lights, and when the wind is blowing, that's going to take off a whole hill, and every time the hill is lit, we lose 80% of the forest every single time, and it takes a while for it to grow back. All right? There seems to be power. Persons want to be in charge, but persons don't want to do the work. So they're of the opinion that, let me push buttons, and some of the technicians are too comfortable within the space that they're given, abuse their power, because when they're supposed to be checking to ensure that things are supposed to be going in such a certain way, they actually don't do that. All right, where are we now? We're working on adaptation, and we are working on becoming a partner for GCF. We've been going through the training for the past 2 years. It has been quite tedious, and we have partnered with the International Institute for Environment and Development and World Resources Institute. We're now featured on their website, so we're one of those voices that you can hear within Little Antigua and Barbuda and the Caribbean with regards to advocacy. And we have new partners in Miami, and we have a partner in Chile right now that we have 1 hectare of Signal Hill, and we are being featured as the only Caribbean island so far. I've been mentioning other NGOs so that they can be featured on this international scale with regards to how conservation, whether it be marine, whether it be land, whether it be sea, anything that we're doing in Antigua and Barbuda, how the work that is being done by one small organization, and it trickles over.
Thank you, Rafika. So I know that we've heard from Relita before about her management systems. So I really want to hear from Helena about the protected area system that the Department of Environment has developed. So can you speak?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes? Doesn't Me, but okay, now you can hear me. Very good, thank you. Sorry, I don't have a presentation, but so I was going to speak about so one of the projects was designed to help develop something called the National Protected Area Systems Plan, and I want to talk about how that relates to all of this. So the idea behind why we would need such a thing is so that protected areas can be managed holistically, that we manage things in the way, in a similar manner, and pull on each other's experience when we are managing protected areas. So there is now a National Protected Area Systems Plan, and it is designed to do this, to help us manage protected areas more effectively. Now, we had, the consultant had worked with all the folks that work with protected areas, spoken with Rafika. I don't think Janella was there as yet. I know that National Parks was a significant resource in the development of that plan, because as you could see, National Parks is actually operating a very successful protected area. It's sustainable on its own, and we're very proud, and always, when we hear Relita speak about it, we're always proud of their accomplishments, because they are very successful, and they're moving quickly and in the direction of data collection with a view of biodiversity conservation and sustainable use. So therefore, the idea behind this plan is to then look at how we can get together to share experiences. So under that plan is a committee called the Protected Area Management Committee, and the idea behind that is to have National Parks Authority as a senior advisor on that, and all the folks that manage protected areas become part of this committee. Both NGOs, both government agencies, and we work together to ensure that protected areas are managed holistically, as opposed to everything piecemeal, and we don't know how we're going to do things. So one of the gaps that the consultant found, well, 3 of the areas that the consultant found, and it's not only in Antigua and Barbuda, it's throughout the region, the 3 areas why protected areas generally fail because of 3 main things: staff, having consistent staffing available, having training for the staff, and having a budget. Because if you don't have a budget, an operational budget, well, how are you going to pay your staff? How are you going to pay for your programs to do the work, to do your data collection? Because Janella said, how much is it? 3,500 US? 32. It's my 35.
And
yes,
that's only for
US.
that's only for the day trip.
And that's the one trip.
The day trip.
The one day trip. That's not even the overnight.
When they have to overnight.
Right. Okay. Yes. So it's expensive. So we have to have a budget. We have to find ways around that. So the idea behind the plan is to do things in a cooperative or collaborative manner among all the agencies, and to find actual solutions. And that was the idea behind the plan. So that so I know that there was envisioned at some point that the SURF fund would be able to provide operational funding, but we'll have to see how that works out, because I don't think the SURF fund is at that stage yet where it can do that, but it's a hope that in future it can. But we would have to then work about how we can gain donors. I know the EAG works really hard to get funding, and we try our best to help them as much as possible in our little capacity, and other donors are also part of that process. So the idea behind the systems plan is to make it a process where we're all working together with and sharing best practices and sharing our experiences, because it doesn't make sense that we are doing our own little silo work. It's important that we are collaborative. Janella alluded to that in our work, and Rafika as well. We have to work together to make this process useful. Because at the end of the day, we are all working. Well, we are all trying to work too. As somebody said, we hope that we're all working to biodiversity conservation, sustainable use, because biodiversity is underpinning of all our lives, and our survival depends on it. So thank you.
Thank you, Helena. So now, one of the things I've noticed across all of your programs, and Relita would have alluded to it in her presentation earlier as well, is the need for like that cross-agency support. So you would have heard and you saw a picture, for instance, that National Parks was out with us on Redonda, and that Rafika, for instance, had Community Development Division, Tourism, Department of Environment, all working on the same thing. Same thing with National Parks, working with EMC and all of that. I have a question for you, Relita. Okay, so for us as an NGO, figuring out that collaboration is not, I think it's been easier because we've kind of figured out, okay, this is what we want and this is who we need to call. But how does it work for a statutory body where how you work is based on law? Whereas when, EAG, we can essentially get up one morning and make a decision. Whereas with you, you can't do that. How does that kind of collaboration figure into how you manage?
Well, I think it makes it easier, actually, because it's very clear where our mandate is, right? So we have very clear boundaries that we operate in, and we have a very clear mandate. So we know the things that we're responsible for. Also, because we're a government agency, it tends to make relationship with other government agencies easier, right? So you get into the door easier, and people tend to talk to you easier because you're friendly fire. Even if we fire, it's friendly fire because we're all working for the government. I think, though, that what has made it easier is that we have the Environmental Management and Protection Act, which is a public statement that the government is committed to certain things. And also the government is committed to these various MEAs that we can then look back into, and so that we can be certain that we are aligning with what has been identified as a national priority. However, having said that, we are a community of people, and although we have these common goals that are enshrined in documents, many people don't know what's in the document. There would have been, even in the park, the National Parks Development Plan was done in 1984. I was 4 years old. So if I wasn't interested and didn't read the document and didn't go back and do the research, then I would not know what's in the plan. And therefore, while we are executing what have been identified as priorities, we have to realize that those priorities would have been identified when the current generation were not even born or may have been children. And therefore, as a management agency, we have to continue to, I don't want to use the word awareness, because I don't think awareness is what we need to do. We need to ensure that we communicate the value of natural resources. What we have seen is that we do public awareness campaigns with a project for 6 months, and then we stop, right? And then 6 years later, we expect the people we're talking to know what we communicated 6 years before. It doesn't work that way. There are two ways we can do that, and that is, when I say do that, I mean instill in the value. Because it's people that we serve, and if people who we are serving don't want the service, then it makes no sense. So we have a responsibility. So we're talking to ourselves in this room, right? Let's just admit that. We are talking to ourselves. We understand, all of us understand what we're talking about, and we are having fun here, and we're enjoying each other, and we're having nice conversation, but we're not actually addressing the problem. And the problem is, how do we get people to learn about what we know, love what we love, and protect what we are trying to protect? That is still a challenge, because in this room, there's 75 of us here. How many people here? So you have 75 different priorities in this room, 75 different perspectives of what is valuable for individual lives, and that's just in this room. Can you imagine dealing with a community of 2,000 people who are resident there and other people who come in and interact with it? That is the challenge. What we need is to learn to be marketers, right? which I see, we have some lovely branding and all of that going on, right? But we as scientists don't learn to sell the product. We learn about data and fact, and we think that once we present this thing, you should know. It doesn't work like that in reality. There are two ways that I have learned to do it. Individual conversations, and you can't present what you want first. You first have to learn what are the values of the person you're speaking to. So that makes you have to step back to everything you think you know and you think is right. You have to push that aside, and you have to open yourself to listen to who you're talking to. What is valuable?
So interestingly, that is what will be covered in the next
I'm
session.
so sorry.
But that's great that your brain is going there and recognizing that part of our challenge is the communication. But I was also thinking when you're speaking about, like one person's communication program starts and it ends in 6 months. If we are this room of 75 or this grouping of people all talking together about what we are actually doing, perhaps there would be no end to that conversation if at your 6 months, because you have no more money, and that's okay. We all understand it. You have no more money, your project is ended at that point. Are there components of your project that can be incorporated into somebody else's communications so that there is that continuous messaging and we all have different target audiences? I think that if we, especially because Helena, you're speaking about like a national protected area system where everybody is supposed to be managing together and we are not on our phones, but we have put them on silent, there would be, like even from that perspective, we could feed information up to the protected area system plan so that everybody knows, okay, this is where we're going this year and these are the gaps. Would that make sense? Is that even feasible? I mean, it's funding dependent. It's always funding dependent, but it's also that where, for instance, where now Rafika is still doing work on her areas, that there is support for her from Women Against Rape from a very random side of things that are maybe not necessarily directly correlated to her tree planting, but still the community that Women Against Rape is targeting will get that kind of information or the wellness from going and assisting Rafika with tree planting. So I think that there are ways for us to make connectivity even within our work plans. That may be a pie in the sky hope. So I know that our time is nearly up. I think for me, the last question I have for each of you ladies, I just realized that. Is that weird that I just realized that they're all women? Yes. All women doing protected area management, doing the hard work. My last question to you is, within the next, I guess the next 2 years, so not even 5 years, in the next 2 years, what are you hoping to see in terms of management of your protected area or the areas that you are managing? So I'm going to start. I'll start with you, Helena. Okay, so I'll go down the line. Oh.
Thank you. There we go. Right, so in 2 years, I would love that the SMMA is actually protected. I would love that the protected...
Shirley Mountain Management Area.
Shirley Mountain Managed Area. SMMA. Yes, and I would love that the Protected Areas Management Committee is robust and running and effective in ensuring that protected areas are being managed effectively. That is my 2-year dream.
Okay, as a part of the SMA, I think. SMMA. Although Wallings Nature Reserve Incorporated is no longer within the Wallings Forest area, it would be a travesty to see the area is already going back to what it was, because nobody's holding anybody accountable and persons are just doing what they feel like. However, with the recognition internationally as the area being protected, hopefully we can fight against any development going in to destroy the forest because of the work that we've already put in on the ground. And in 2 years, we're supposed to be able to have soursop ice pops from Signal Hill.
For me, with regards to Redondo, well, in 2 years, it will be designated. Before that, but yes, it will be designated as a protected area, but also that we will be not only collecting data, but collecting data and publishing that data and sharing it with like the wider community. So our protected area can be like a model for other areas within the region. They can say, hey, how did you guys do this? I want to learn from you. And also for us to, you know, to get our sustainable financial mechanism, have some low impact eco tours happening within the marine protected area and finalizing our zoning plan. Yeah.
Right, for the Nelson's Dockyard National Park, in 2 years, we would like to see a marine spatial zoning plan being implemented, and we would also like to see a terrestrial zoning plan implemented. I am going to piggyback on others because we link with all of these other protected areas. So for us, biodiversity corridors are very, very important, and they're important for resilience. We all operate somewhere across the southwest area of Antigua, and for me, I would like to see all of us be collaborating to create biodiversity corridors and to realistically manage them as fully protected corridors. And I think that is important given the development pressures that we face and the fact that we're a developing country. We need to make sure these corridors exist.
Thank you. I think that all the things that you all require us to have very great communication, very good engagement and stakeholder planning. And so I'm now going to invite Nathan to introduce our next speaker, Josh, to introduce our next speakers and thank our lovely panel for being here.
So just double checking that the OECS Commission, Norma and Janelle are online. So I'm going to introduce these two lovely ladies. They're from the OECS. They work at on the biospace project, and they're one of our founders, funding persons here, right? So I'll introduce Norma first. So Norma Cherry Ferrer is the project manager of the EU-funded biodiversity support program for ACP coastal ecosystems or environment projects at the OECS Commission. She has environmental experience working on national development and sustainable development issues, whereas Janelle Gabrielle is a technical specialist. She also works on the EU-funded biospace project in 9 OECS managed member states, and she has experience in natural resources management and environmental policies, and has a passion for protecting and sustainably using the rich resources that the Caribbean has to offer. So they're both going to be presenting on the different stakeholder engagement strategies that the OECS uses to help civil societies and private sectors. So if you could give them a round of applause while they come on. And they'll be presenting online, so you could just look at the TV over there.
Okay. Can you hear us clearly?
I'm not seeing you yet.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so just give us 1 second, please, and we'll try to set it up perfectly for you guys.
While we wait on our video source to work, Cleo had a very interesting comment, and I think it would be nice to have that captured in our discussion.
Good afternoon. So I listened to the presentations, and my thought was we do need to have a cross-sectorial plan of some kind, which captures the work that each of us are doing in our various organizations. So that's one point. And the second area is looking at how we can sustain the work that we're doing. So not only are we going to do the work together, but what is the plan for the next 5, 10, 15 years going forward? So short, medium, long-term goals. And if we piggyback on the international standards, the SDGs and all the others that we're looking at and framing our work from, that we can have some continuity. I think for us in Antigua and Barbuda, we've struggled with continuity. And as a result, we keep starting over. So work has been done in all the areas we're talking about. Part of framing that is going to be updating all the policies and the laws and all those things. But if we don't continue the work, because we have no backup, no data, no information to show what we've done within the last 5 years that's up to date, then we kind of go back to square one. So those were the 2 points that I wanted to share coming out of, especially the last discussion. Lots of rich work has been done, and from a regional and international point of view, it has been one of Antigua's greatest weaknesses, is how we use what we have already started and make sure that it does not die midstream, or someone leaves the position, or the organization changes, branding, name, and no one has the information, they can't find it. You know, it's in a filing cabinet, or the biggest one is on someone's flash drive that they took with them. So how do we bridge that and make sure that that does not continue in the work we're doing? Those are the contributions.
So I've just been informed that we're good to go, so you guys could just look at the screen in front of you. Norma and Janelle, whenever you're ready, you guys could present.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear us clearly? Are you hearing us?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent. Is our presentation shared?
Not at the moment, just hold 1 second.
we could share from our end if you would allow us to share screen, or we could use the presentation that we sent.
Colleagues, if you wish, we can start, without the screen sharing in the interest of time.
Okay, so we're loading in your presentations right now. Just give us 1 second.
Okay.
Your presentation is on screen, so whenever you're ready, you could start presenting.
Okay. So thanks again, and Janelle and I are here to present to you on the OECS Stakeholder Engagement Strategy. But first, I just wanted to give a brief overview of the Biospace project under which this strategy was supported. The OECS received a grant to undertake a project which is focused on supporting ACP SIDS and coastal countries in the management of coastal and marine resources. We received a grant of 10.7 million euros from the European Union, and this project focuses on two main results in the OECS region. Result one is focused on strengthening the capacities of ACP regions and countries, ACP regions and countries to effectively manage coastal and marine biodiversity and enhance resilience to climate change. And this result has a budget of 2 million euros. The second result two, is focused on supporting regional, national, and local efforts to assess, protect, manage, and sustainably use marine and terrestrial biodiversity. And this result has a budget of approximately 8.7 million euros. This project is supposed to contribute to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, primarily goals 14 and 15, and we have some secondary goals we have goals 6, 7, and 13. So with respect to the stakeholder engagement strategy, just a brief background. Stakeholder engagement in environmental management is very important in the Eastern Caribbean, not only for improving management and sustainable use, but also directly to improve food security and the livelihoods of the various civil society and private sector stakeholder groups interacting and competing for the use of these resources in coastal and marine areas. The OECS's Council of Ministers for Environmental Sustainability mandated the OECS Commission to complete a civil society engagement strategy to guide the engagement of civil society, including regional, national, and community-based groups, and also private sector stakeholders, including resource users, user associations, and micro, small, and medium enterprises, and also large companies. This stakeholder engagement strategy was developed under the Biospace project, and the Council of Ministers endorsed the stakeholder engagement strategy last year at COMS 9. Now, just a little bit about the context. Several OECS projects with have components that engage stakeholders. These have been implemented in the past, and this is normally done basically on a project by project basis. However, we recognize that engaging stakeholders in broader environmental governance and management activities requires an overall guide and framework with key steps and guiding principles to ensure that stakeholder engagement is being undertaken in a very strategic manner. Some of the assumptions that are made when dealing with stakeholders are that stakeholders are willing and available to participate in activities. Key stakeholders must have a say in the process. Stakeholder engagement includes the promise that their contribution will influence the final outputs and outcomes. Stakeholder engagement will build buy-in, commitment, and capacity to achieve the desired results. Some of the challenges associated with stakeholder engagement include inadequate resources, of course, limited knowledge and understanding of how to implement ecosystem approaches, inconsistent messaging around ecosystem approaches. In the region, we could say we've had a sort of short history of successfully implementing participatory approaches to environmental management. And by short history, we mean some of the work that we do is either undocumented or we have inadequate capturing of case studies. Legal and legislative environment for participatory approaches in environmental management are slowly emerging. Recently, you have some agreements, for example, the Ecco agreement on environmental information. Some of you may have participated in some of the stakeholder engagements that they had leading up to this Ecco agreement being adopted. We have some on access and benefit sharing in the region, biosafety, etc. Secondary stakeholders at times do not see themselves as stakeholders in some of the engagement processes, and sometimes there is insufficient importance attached to communication. Now, there are some opportunities that present themselves in stakeholder engagement. Build buy-in and support for decisions, proactively identify and manage conflicts, benefit from local and technical knowledge and diverse perspectives to help shape the designs of plans and policies. Sometimes, little importance is placed on this, but the importance of local knowledge is really, really critical to the design of projects, especially on the ground, in communities. Accessing additional human resource capacity with skills, knowledge, and experiences that enhance project implementation over time. The ability to leverage partnerships and networks to access technical and financial resources, contributing to the empowerment of individuals and organizations, strengthening their capacities, and finally enhancing sustainability of the initiatives and the longevity of the results. So I will hand you over now to Janelle.
Okay, thank you very much, Norma. And I just want to say a big thank you to Rika and the whole EAG team for allowing OECS to be a part of this wonderful conference and for allowing us to share on the stakeholder engagement strategy. One of the questions, one of the comments that came in just before we began kind of leads right into what we were discussing right now. So when we're talking about how are these projects going to be sustained, how will communities keep on the interest in these areas even after the projects are done or when personnel has changed. This is one of the key things that we expect to come out of engaging with the right stakeholders before the projects are implemented, while they're being designed, while they are being implemented, and then even after the projects are done. So I put a link in the chat, and we'll share it again with the team, the EAG team, for your circulation, and this links straight to the stakeholder engagement strategy for civil society and the private sector. It's on the OECS website. This is just a little snapshot of the cover, showing all of the member states from around the region. And you can see from the content that there's a lot of background and some context, but the chapters can really just be accessed directly. So if you wanted to find out about policy frameworks, if you want to know about some of the experiences, you can just jump right into those chapters. So having established why the OECS felt it was important to come up with this strategy, we can look at the framework. So the strategy provides an overview of your concepts, your principles, some of the tools and the steps for good, effective stakeholder engagement. And it also serves as a regional standard for strategic, meaningful, and effective engagement in the region, which will improve the design of projects, policies, and concepts, all related to environmental management. Okay, so a slide, please. The users, the target audience, we said was the civil society. These would be your community-based groups, your regional and national organizations, as well as your private sector stakeholders, whether it's resource users, your fishers, your fisher groups, fisher associations, and cooperatives, farmers associations, your MSMEs, which are your micro, small, medium enterprises, as well as large companies which are involved in the use of natural resources. And so the users would be anybody, including the staff of the OECS, governments, ministry agencies, national trust, contractors, consultants who've been hired to put together your national adaptation plans, or maybe your nationally determined contributions. I know right now there's calls for funding from the GCF, from the CBF, and from all of these other funders. And so for the development partners, this can also be a good tool to use while you're putting these project concepts together to make sure that they really reflect the input from private sector and from the communities, the civil society agencies. Okay. So when you get a chance, check out the stakeholder engagement strategy. You will see that it has some of the usual elements. You have a vision that and a goal and objectives, really to have this standardized means of engaging stakeholders in the best possible way and being able to get the best feedback from them. There are some key principles which guide the strategy, including inclusiveness, making sure everybody is involved, everybody has an equal opportunity to give their input, really getting buy-in so that the project is sustained. And there's a focus on result-based decision-making or consensus decision-making, so that not only do you engage persons and get input from them, but you also include their input in whatever final decision or policy is arrived at. Okay, the stakeholder engagement strategy also gives some key steps on how to identify who stakeholders are. So perhaps you're establishing a national park or a marine protected area, and you want to identify who are some of the stakeholders. So you can start asking questions like, who is using this resource, who will benefit from it, who impacts the resource either positively, or who impacts the resource negatively, who would like to have access to the resource, or who is not using the resource but would be impacted if there was a change in the management, and so on. And so that's just some of the first steps towards identifying who the stakeholders would be. And then there's some more in-depth information and steps and processes on how to analyze those stakeholders. Are they primary stakeholders? What's the level of benefits to them? Do they have high influence? Do they have other networks that they can influence and bring in to support what you're trying to accomplish? Once that's established, the strategy gives you some key engagement approaches. So based on who you're trying to get a hold of, there's some suggested engagement approaches. Perhaps you would need to have some face-to-face discussions and pair group meetings, some tutorials, some videos, or maybe you have a set of stakeholders who are a little more tech savvy and on the go, and they might need some social media posts and flyers, maybe some instant messaging. So all of those, there are a whole lot of different approaches that can be used in different situations. Of course, you want to get the one that is best and most suited to your stakeholder because, of course, their time and their input is very, very important. So in the strategy, you have some steps in the engagement process. One of the ones that sometimes we forget is about giving feedback. So once you've collected the information from the stakeholders, there are steps to build the relationship and to build their trust, to give back, to give a little report, to let them know what has happened, where things are in the process. Sometimes projects take a long time to develop and then be implemented. So it's key to keep them in the loop, let them know what's happening. And that kind of builds faith in you and what you're doing, and also allows them to see that they are important to the process as well. Okay, so then we also have some steps on how to apply the strategy, the stakeholder engagement strategy for your organization and tweak it for your purposes. And then also very key is how to evaluate, to monitor, to learn, to adapt, and perhaps tweak your concept based on the engagement that you have had with your stakeholders. Okay, next slide. Okay, so there it is, all in one snapshot, this whole of society approach to environmental governance, involving all persons, all stakeholders, everybody who is involved in the management, the use of our beautiful natural resources, some of the processes the approaches that can be used, who are target stakeholders, civil society and private sector being so key, especially lately in implementing some of these initiatives and these principles that we want to promote of inclusivity, rights-based empowerment, gender sensitivity, and ownership building. Okay. So at this point, again, just want to say a big thank you. I wish we were outdoors enjoying the beautiful day with you guys. Unfortunately, we're here, but this is a really good initiative. Thanks for having us on board. Please do check out the strategy on the OECS website. The link is also in the chat. And if you have any questions, we can take them or we can stay in touch. There's our contact info. Thanks again.
Thank you.
At our current strategy, identify how we can improve and actually implement the improvement. So what we want to move towards is more interpretation of natural resources using QR codes, digitizing our communication package. So when you walk through the space, you can just use your cell phone and scan the QR code, and you get the information in video, in writing, in whatever form. That's what we're interested in doing. So we have the information, it's on paper, but that doesn't work for anybody. We know our stakeholders, we know where they're going, we just need to package it properly. How can you help us do that?
Excellent question. Thank you for that. I will start, and I guess if Norma wants, you can jump in. And kudos to Antigua for always being, at the forefront in using some of these approaches and really connecting with persons using all kinds of technology to get the message out there. We should definitely talk a little bit more about how we can digitize some of the information that you have. how you can use the stakeholder engagement strategy. As Norma mentioned, it was just approved, so we do have some time and funding for spreading the message and letting more people know about it and how to use it. So if you are willing to work with us and use our approaches, then we can talk about how, in collaboration with Antigua's Biospace project, we can do some of what you are talking about, getting the message out there, identifying who your stakeholders are, updating your list and things of that nature. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Thanks for the question, Lisa. But as part of the implementation of the project, we did not just want to prepare a strategy that's, just sitting on a shelf. But if you all would send us some more information about exactly what you'd like to do, we could have a follow-up conversation and see exactly how we could assist you with that. So thanks again.
So, Norma.
Thank you, Norma.
Yes.
Very much appreciated. We'll be in touch. Thanks.
Okay, you're
Questions
welcome.
now?
No, I want to know, Norma. That was a very nice invitation to national parks. Let's say Barbuda Go, who is an NGO in Barbuda doing amazing work, has similar interest in implementing and or developing a communication engagement strategy. They can reach out to you as well.
So here's what we're going to do. We do have our focal points for the Biospace project in Antigua. So instead of having everybody come to us, maybe we can have everything directed to one person, that's Helena, and we are developing a public engagement initiative on the Biospace for Antigua. So instead of having little pieces all over, I think our most strategic approach would be to put everything together, channel it to Helena. Sorry, Helena. Maybe you could, prioritize who would be the best person on your team to receive those, and then we can have a nice strategic approach. But I mean, Antigua always has great ideas when it comes to that, and you guys are always forward thinking and forward moving, and we don't want you to lose your drive and your zeal. So we are here to support.
She's giving me stinky eyes, Norma. I'm Oh, she's giving Relita stinky eyes. Oh, well, the stinky eyes are just coming hard and fast over here. Does anybody have any other? Oh, Shanna.
Hello. My question is, I haven't gotten to read the document yet, and I'm sure EAG will send that out for everybody here to be able to get it as well. And I just wanted to know whether there's anything in the engagement strategy, especially related to engaging with persons with disabilities, the elderly, those kinds of persons who are extremely vulnerable and also need to be reached, but can sometimes be a little bit difficult for us to get to. Within the EAG, I know for myself, I have been challenging myself to make sure that my presentations, for example, are extremely inclusive. So I have my friends in the back, especially Gaynell. She will remember when we do bird ID training, for example, I can't just do pictures. I have to explain for persons who may be visually impaired. I have to play the sound so that they're still able to, be a part of it. So are those kind of things highlighted in the engagement strategy as well?
Okay, so thanks much for that question. Maybe not in as much detail as you've outlined, but some of the approaches that the strategy contains for sure are applicable, to persons with disabilities. Maybe if, say, we wanted to probably just sharpen that aspect, something around that. We can also assist with doing that. Well, as part of, as Janelle mentioned, of a more strategic approach with Antigua and the whole public awareness project that we're supposed to undertake.
Yeah, and just to add, one of the approaches that's mentioned is working with associations or networks of persons. So if there is a association for persons with disabilities, then the best approach would be to go to that association or those networks where you can reach a wider group of persons. So as part of the conversation about inclusivity, it's definitely something that's considered in there.
Other questions? Oh, all right. So we'd like to thank Norma and Janelle once again. So let's give them a round of applause. All right, from behalf of us at Ecco here and everyone in the room, thank you again, Norma and Janelle. Thank you for that beautiful presentation, and I hope everyone inside here will be reaching out to you very soon for more advice on stakeholder engagement.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We promise we'll reach out to Helena. Thank you very much, Norma. Thank you much, Janelle. And just a reminder that part of today is being powered by the OECS Biospace Project. Okay, so we're at the end of our day. We've already done the day. A great part of today, some of the things that I identified as being useful was, of course, our ability to use science to really make proper decisions. And I'm really hoping to see that we don't just kind of like listen to all of the people who would have done their scientific work, but we're actually going to kind of try to incorporate that in our own work as well. And I think it'd be useful to some of the methodologies that were mentioned throughout the day. If there are projects that you're interested in, make sure to have a conversation with some of those people so that you can kind of think of ways that you can incorporate your own science in your own programs. Then from there, we had conversations about how, after we've gotten to the higher point of collecting data, we want to make decisions, how do we make sure that we're actually managing the area and then communicating that? And that, I think, is where we're then going to take our conversation tomorrow from an area of, okay, we're communicating, we're engaging with so many different communities. How are we doing that? And then how are we ensuring that through our communication, we're actually getting environmental justice? The environmental justice one, don't come piping hot, guys. Don't come ready to, let's get ready to engage meaningfully and sweetly and go away, feeling empowered to do more work and better work. So, with that, I'll say thank you so much for coming today. For those of you who have a donors clinic, are the donors clinic people able? Well, no, your appointments are set. I'm sorry. Drink some tea. Your donors clinic starts now, and we'll see you tomorrow morning, early and bright, starting at 9:30.